What is up, everybody? I just had the biggest brain fart. I was like, how do I turn starting soon off? You click the button on OBS, by the way. Anyway, what is up, everybody? Apparently I'm in the middle of a stage, probably a farming stage. Anyway, time to mess about in Nerofest. We have way more challenge quests this time. Hey, Green can't read this. How something day. Okay. Alright, smartass. Thank you for the resub for 6 months. Anyway, let me just get this farming stage out of the way real quick. Everybody's so clever in my chat. All the 5 hits here. I am doing just fine, thank you. Let's see. Guess I just shoot this in the face. So I'm wondering if Ku can solo Siegfried with like covering fire, his divinity's passive, the flat damage command code, and all the dot command codes, because those are flat damage. Because Siegfried has 50,000 health. So can you do 50,000 health through all of that nonsense? I'm not so sure because you can still only do, let's see, I don't know, maybe 6k a turn or something. So I don't know. You'd probably have an easier time just using an armor ignore craft essence and smacking him the old-fashioned way. But I don't know, we'll see. We'll mess about with some stuff. And Phantom, thank you for the 26-month sub. That is a long time. And now with the 4-month resub, Jesus, everybody lining up today apparently. But thank you guys. I'm not sure if he has 200% defense up or if he has defense up and damage cut. It's very hard to test. But it is true, if you do armor ignore, you do damage, but you don't do full damage. Actually, using a lancer with armor ignore would be kind of a good way to test if it's damage cut or not. You could kind of look at the percentage of. That's a lot of work, though. Holy shit! You would have to use someone at like neutral with damage with armor ignore, through a craft essence or skill, doesn't really matter. And look at their damage. No event CE. Look at their damage. Versus what like their damage would be, I guess, against a normal mob, and then do the same thing with a lancer, and then keep, you know, with that in mind that lancers do half damage, and if the lancer still does like 0, you know it's damage cut, or if it does like so much less than 50%, right? Like if so much of the lancer's damage is being cut out, that's probably, you know, more so than you'd expect with just defense up, right? That's a way to figure out its damage cut. Like, it is testable, but it's just, there's a few other ways you could go about it. Oh, I'm sure Sherlock can cheese Siegfried. I mean, there's a million ways to do it. The first thing I want to do, though, is Phantom. That's the first thing I want to do is a Phantom setup, and we'll make it a budget team. Phantom's the main DPS, no waiver, none of that fancy stuff. See if we can make that work. I suspect we can. Yeah, Fujino will make it super easy. Okay. That's the next one, so we'll just do that. Let me think. What? I might need to jump on an ult account just to slot something budgety. I want to say that there's rider mobs here? I can't remember. I know there's 2 dragons with him. And I don't remember what the trash is, so we're gonna have to just go step by step. Let's go set up Siegfried, what am I saying? Let's go set up Phantom. We'll give him the event. Well, I don't know, do we want the event CE or not? I guess it'll depend on how much damage we do. God, every time I use Phantom, I question what I'm doing with my life. So, you guys have no idea how many times I did Ku versus Hercules without the damage CE. Trying to min-max, because I knew he could do it, because I'd done it a few times, but I was trying to find a way to do it that was better. I needed to like improve the value to remove some of the RNG. I tried so many command code setups and mystic code setups until I could like really narrow down the absolute best thing ever. And you know what's really stupid? There's actually another setup that I will never make a video for, but there is another way for Ku to do that Herc fight that's actually better than the video. But the reason I will never make it a video is because you use Melty's Sweetheart, which has no offensive stats on it, and it gives you, it's all health, no attack, and it doesn't give you an offensive bonus. It gives you armor. And you play in the stupidest way ever. You don't ever go for a double kill. You don't ever go for like NP gain. It's all about stall. Every command code you bring is about survivability. And that works very well, and it is so dumb, right? It's like, you're going full stall mode. Like, seeing Ku's damage be that low is just sad, because you don't normally, use a full health CE and everything. But I was pretty happy with what I did in the video. Basically, there's still RNG in it, but there's so many outs. You need like one lucky thing to happen, but you're set up in a way where so many lucky things can happen. Like, you either need Herc to use skills at really stupid times, or you need Ku to do NP Buster Buster and take 2 lives, which if you look in the video, that like never happens. Or, because I added those new command codes, you need to... Because I noticed there's a lot of turns where Ku could just barely live if he had a little bit more health, so I put in the heal command codes. So you either need to double kill with NP Buster Buster, or you need to have Herc be a big dumb, which is what happened, when we won on stream. Or you need to have the healing save you an extra turn. Any of those things need to happen, and then you'll win. Jesus, Amalur always with the gifted subs. My God, thank you for the I guess 15 gifted subs now. Jeez. But yeah, I was really happy to finally get that done. I pretty much min-maxed the hell out of that. I figured out like every best thing to do on what turn, what your best mystic code was, and everything else. I tried basically everything possible. Alright, where's Phantom? The champion. Look, all of his command codes being unlocked. Do I give him survivability? What do I do here? Let me think. Our normal card damage won't really do a lot. What I might actually do then... Okay, I'm gonna do the NP gain one on Art, and then do Merlin on Quick. Because this one right here is better on an Art card. Because it's probably a flat rate, but the Merlin one doesn't really matter which one it's on. Okay, then we'll do survivability, because I don't think anything else is gonna matter. I'll do flat damage on his Buster. Yeah, there we go. That'll be the stuff. Heal boost, I think. What's going on is we're gonna use Phantom on a budget. Not just using Phantom, but we're gonna use Phantom on a budget team to fight Siegfried. God, I love this song though. Man, I miss when Fate had this vibe. It does every once in a while when they do something serious, but oh my God. Fate has changed. Like back when it was just Fate Stay Night, Fate Zero, and then like APOC was a material book, and the early stuff, very different vibe to how Fate was. I don't think this song has an official translation, so it's just Japanese moon runes. I'll just link it here. There you go. Alright, I have to summon something. Anybody on my support list right now that could just slot Hans, so I don't have to get on my ult account? Like Fishy or Hex, somebody, can we slap up Hans or Mash? I guess Mash is a pretty universal budget thing, that I just won't use my Mash, like whatever you can get up really. I can do it if I need to, but I'm lazy. 666 Hans, that's probably good enough, but here, I can do it. Let me see. I gotta always forget how to do it on Dex. The hard part is, yep, on Dex you have to unlock the stupid secure folder on your phone, and they just make it super hard to do that, because then you have to reset it and blah 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 blah. Samsung Dex issues. Okay, I got it now. But Mash is a gold unit. Yeah, because she's not budget. Also, you can't level skills, and I think Phantom is like 8, 10, 8. Also, after this event, he might be 10, 10, 10, because you get a lot of Void Dust, we'll see. I've got well over 100 Void Dust, but that's nothing for a Bronze mat. Dude, fuck him. Dude, fuck him. I wonder, do you all think they're learning, or do you think this event is just special? Because this event gives more Bronze mats, not just a new Bronze mat, it gives more Void Dust in the shop than events normally do. And I've said this for years, their math just sucks. Like, the amount of gold mats that you can obtain in an event shop relative to the amount of gold mats you need to level a skill, they're unbelievably generous with gold mats. Gold mats are nothing. You get so many from the shop versus how many you need to spend that in the long run it's super easy to stay on top of gold mats. Bronze mats, you barely get more in the shop. You barely get any more, but you need way more. You need so many more that as time goes on, you're just more and more behind on bronze mats. Where with gold mats, it's the opposite. Where this event is actually different, and this event is giving more bronze mats in the shop than normal. So it's like the positive thing, like, oh, maybe they finally actually used a calculator, and they're like, yeah, this doesn't make any sense that bronze mats are the premium mat when you think the gold ones would be. But yeah, a lot of people are in chat, you know, are in the. It's just special for this event, and you're probably right. But I hope they're learning. You never know. They got new director. Although, you know, I've always said the new things that the new director is gonna affect. Because first off, the director probably knows nothing about FGO, and it's more about him putting people in charge of FGO that he thinks knows what they're doing. Right? There's no world where that guy knows anything about FGO. So it's not like he's gonna make the decisions. But he can affect like how many people they have working on FGO, you know, who's calling the shots, what kind of power X and Y people have, and so that can affect the way the game, you know, unfolds dramatically. But already have Hans up. Excuse me. We'll give him. What will we give him? Oh, the classic. Yeah, we'll have to see the next time they do a regular event, because this kind of isn't a regular event. I kind of think they're trying to throw a bone, because they realized, oh god, you can't actually level up the new character's skills, right? So I think that's part of it. But the Void Dust also is 60 instead of 30. Oh look at all these Hanses. Where's mine though? What do we want? Do we want look at that! Oh, it's Grail though. I probably shouldn't do that. Where's mine? Why is mine not showing up? Look at all these awesome Hanses though. We got Grail Hanses. We got 2030. We got the classic CE right there. I'm gonna go with mine just because it's not Grailed. I'm trying to keep. If I can, okay. There I am. I don't even. Grails are free to play. I agree. Grails are free to play. It's just. You know, if you can keep it extra budget, we'll keep it extra budget. We're trying to make it harder on Phantom, ultimately. Let's be real here. We're just trying to make his life miserable. Because, you know, his life isn't miserable enough. You know, he's chat, it's Phantom. He's on easy street. You know, he 3 turns all the time. Everyone levels him to 10, 10, 10 because he's a staple. Oh, no, wait, no, that's like every other unit. Excuse me. Like, that's Castoria, right? Everybody levels Castoria. Alright, we'll give him the event CE for now, but if we just, like, wreck it, maybe we'll try without. But I have a feeling we're still going to have a bit of a hard time. So the trash mobs are going to be the true problem, and I don't even remember what the trash mobs are. That's kind of the issue. I have no idea what class they are. You know what, chat? I'm going to cheat. I'm going to cheat. I'm gonna look up. I remember I did a 3-star like Lu Bu setup back in the day. I mean, Green, Nero, Fest, Siegfried. What are the trash mobs? Let's see what we got here. What? It's Saber Dragons. Feels Richard, man. I guess they just wanted everything to be the same class as the ball. Yeah, all mobs here are Saber. Every single one of them. I thought they were riders or maybe assassins or something, you know, like that. But shaking my head, I know, right? Let's go. I would say Billy, but our Billy is Grail, so we'll go. I guess David, because that'll help Phantom as well. Do I do a taunt wall though? Yeah, I'll do a taunt wall, and then have David come. No, that doesn't. Well, I could start with David and have Hans come in. There we go. That makes sense. Yeah, we could just rush the first wave or the second wave if we want to, just to speed things up. But then you are down a unit, right? You're saving time and making things a bit harder for yourself. But that's not a terrible idea. Just you know, escalate things a bit and keep Phantom from getting punched in the face too hard. All right, we'll George though. We'll be extra budget and do Battle of Kimlan here. Chat, I was looking through, I was trying to find Cairo some old Reddit threads. Because we've been talking in you know, Baldy stuff because of Nerofest coming back, right? And yeah, I was finding some of those old threads where, you know, people were saying Baldy's better than Ku and that he could do Nerofest. You know, the Nerofest fights Ku did and blah 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 blah. And oh my god, just looking through old Reddit posts, good way to get eye cancer, but I saw like the era of like, you know, the state of NA and all that. You'd get downvoted if you didn't have to disagree. If you just, hey, like, you know, guys, you're missing some context. See, on JP, during this era, they actually got less SQ and they didn't have dailies, they didn't have the login rewards. You know, they needed 40 SQ to roll. You know, anytime you say that stuff, you get downvoted. Even if you didn't give an opinion, you were just like, you know, bringing up facts that were going against like the trend. You got downvoted into oblivion. Oh my god, just looking through some of that stuff, I was like, good lord, like just stupid shit. And it was so funny looking at the Baldy stuff. Because the exact stuff that's happening, like the issues Baldy's having right now, are like exactly what I was saying. Right? Like, people were saying, oh, but you can use Baldy's sure hit against Herc's evade if that happens. And like, yeah, maybe that syncs up. But I remember I was saying, but you're probably going to have to use his sure hit skill for the Stargin, which is what you have to do, by the way. And oh my, it's just so silly, dude. Good times, good time. Cairo did not succeed, but he got one turn off. And he got pretty lucky, but he played very, very well. But if he'd gotten a little luckier, he actually could have won. It would have been very close, but that was he's been trying for a while, and that was about as, you know, the amount of RNG required is insane. So thank you for the Twitch Prime Nick Nip. Interesting name there, but thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, because a lot of times what happens is because then Reddit changes its mind about something as a collective, not as the individuals on it, but as a collective. You know, X becomes the cool standpoint, and then like, you know, it's silly, right? It's really hard to, you know, if you happen to be going against the grain for any reason. Why is Bedivere on the team? That's not David. Excuse me. It's another really good 3-star, and you know, who doesn't like Bedivere? But I say that a lot. Like, who doesn't like Bedivere? I say that all the time, and I finally met someone that doesn't like Bedivere. And I have met some people that are like, yeah, he's okay, but he's not my favorite or anything. You know, that's pretty normal. But I have finally met someone that does not like Bedivere. But what are you gonna do? Bad taste, man. You know, it happens. Okay, what is Phantom gonna need? Phantom is gonna need NP gain, because his NP is the only thing that's gonna matter. And then he needs survivability. A buff. Yeah, I mean, there's that too. There's that too. I'm just thinking for the team, what are we gonna need here? Did Golden Sumo exist? Does anyone remember? Did Golden Sumo exist for Nerofest? I know it was after. Fuck, I don't remember. When was Nerofest? Because not Nerofest 1, Nerofest 2. When was Nerofest 2? That's at least a year into the game. I want to say yes. I feel like it did, because it was, and certainly on the rerun, right? Certainly on the rerun of it. So It did for the second one. Well, what did exist? Because it was about a year and a half into the game that they did the original Neurofest 2, which had Siegfried in it. I guess we didn't have Battle of Kinlan then, though, did we? Because Battle of Kinlan was Camelot. And I feel like that was more than a year and a half into the game. Am I right about that? I don't know. I actually don't. I can't remember. It's been... I'm 90 years old, man. Fucking... You realize how long ago this shit was? Right? Like, holy crap. I don't know. When... Like, Camelot was... I know... Wait. Guadia was 2 years into the game. I got that. Babylon was about 6 months before or after Camelot. So maybe we had Battle of Kinlan for the first... Yeah, for Siegfried. We definitely did for the rerun. Fuck, I don't know! Do I have any videos for this? The only way I could check would be like NA. I'd have to look up like Neurofest NA stuff. I think we did. Oh, you know what? I don't think you had Battle of Kinlan, but you had the Da Vinci one. Yeah, which is the better one. Look at that. And now it was, everyone had it back then, right? Because if you were playing back then, you would definitely have done the Da Vinci one. So I get the better one because it's more accurate. It's more authentic. How about that? Okay, was Da Vinci then? Was Da Vinci after the? Yeah, they definitely had Golden Sumo. They definitely had Golden Sumo because I'm quite sure the Kentucky event was before a year and a half into the game. Like definitely, or more like a year and 3 months. Because you had Neurofest 1, which didn't have the challenge quests, and there was Neurofest 2, which had the challenge quests, and that was over a year into the game. So I'm pretty sure the Kentucky event was within the first year of FGO. And I don't think it's gonna matter that much. Okay, I don't think Jeweled Sword was a thing though. Although I'd have to change it. It won't really matter. Oh my god, I have to change it. It's gonna bother me. I like doing authentic stuff. It's fun. It's not really about like the challenge or anything. It's just kind of fun to do. We gotta fix this. I don't know why I'm backing out. I don't actually need to do that. Let's see. What would you use on Hans back then? I don't quite remember when Jeweled Sword was. I think it was around Camelot as well, but I can't quite remember. Okay, I know what you would have. This one. This was day one. And it was so easy to get day one. It's not easy to get anymore, but back then it was. Hey, it was January, spelled weird. January. Is that it? I don't even know. I'm out of my mind. Anyway, thank you for the 2-month resub. Excuse me. No, 4 months. How are you liking the Olympics? I mean, Neurofest, I know, right? I mean, you know, it's good stuff. And hey, King, thank you for the resub for 39 months. I don't think Camelot did come before Neurofest 2. I think it came before the rerun of Neurofest 2. I think that's what's confusing everybody. But I could be wrong about that, because it's also confusing me. Look, we're playing it safe. Was Camelot that early? Okay, God, I don't know what to do here. Like, the back row is gonna be, because I feel like Phantom is the one that's the most likely to die first. Once George dies and it's this, I feel like Phantom is the one that's most likely to die, so I'm not sure if the back row is really gonna matter. Now, obviously, what's not authentic here is Phantom having his buff, but that's kind of the fun of this, is just, hey, look, Phantom's better now. Kind of a what if. I could do an emergency armor ignore servant in the back, but that feels like Killjoy, so I'm not gonna do that. Like, it's impossible to be fully authentic, just with the way the game is now. So I'm so sad that this is no longer an ultra easy to get craft essence. It's been such a godsend to new accounts, and he fucking took it out of the gacha. I don't like of all the. I'm actually completely for them taking out 4-star CEs out of the gacha because some of them are just so trash. They're literally in the way of the good ones, and they just added in 3 new ones, dude. And you can't. Those 3 new ones are designed for new players. Those are, you know, catch up. Give me the mustard. CEs 100%, and so they want them to be easier to get. But those are not like the soccer one is not the fucking one to take out, right? Like that's not the one to remove. You're now it's story locked essentially. Just check. Neurofest 2 OG came in September, and Camelot was in August. So it was right after Camelot. So we had just gotten Battle of Camelot, and we definitely had Jeweled Sword. Okay, I'm glad somebody did the work there, because now we know if we want to use those, we can. Why couldn't this be a main interlude, by the way? We could just keep all these challenge quests. Because, you know, some of these are kind of easy now. Like, the game is a lot different. You know, we got 2K Foe, and the game has changed, right? We have, you know, command codes, buffs, better craft essences. The game is much different now. But some of these, they're still kind of fun to mess around with, and you can still, you know, solo and those kinds of things. And the newer ones, the ones from Neurofest 2-3, right, the rerun, you know, Da Vinci and Gramps, I think those have still aged just fine. Those are still perfectly challenging. So these are a nice sandbox to just mess about, be it team play, solo, or, you know, whatever you want to do. So these would be awesome if they were just there permanently. I remember when they actually used to make main interludes. That was a good time. Okay, I'm gonna cast this now, and I guess I taunt now because we'll probably go around the wheel. Alright, mess him up, David. I always like this song for Neurofest Trash Mobs because this song plays in Castle Crashers, and it plays in the arena stages where the background looks a lot like this. It's like a Coliseum. And if you ever played Castle Crashers, you kind of know what I'm talking about, right? It's like the arena stages really fit this kind of vibe. So I wish we had this background more often, actually. Yeah, I'd like it if they made these stages a little bit harder. Nothing massive, but just, you know, a little oomph to kind of make them a bit more interesting. Or giving Hercules 3 actions per turn. Because that would be really scary, actually, for some people. That's a lot of damage at that point. And Gilgamesh having the bugged version of his NP down was actually a lot more fun. Stuff like that. Now, a lot of them don't really need a facelift. And overall, it's okay for them to be kind of a time capsule and to have some fun. But it wouldn't be bad to have, like, you know, slight facelifts. People are saying they're going to add 1 new challenge quest, but I don't read the moon runes, and I've heard conflicting things. I've had people say that they didn't think they were adding any new ones, but I've had people say that they were. So I could see them adding 1 new challenge quest for this, like, because they put a little bit of effort into this. I think they want it to be special. So I have a feeling though, if they add 1 new challenge quest to this, it's going to be Cancer. I really think it's going to be Cancer. I gotta say, I actually have not been crazy about, like, how do I put this? A lot of like the more recent stuff when they do events like Neurofest, I'm kind of iffy on. Like, I like the idea, and there normally are fights within that I like, but like some of the fights in like Guildfest 2 are just kind of dumb, right? Hey Rex, but like, you know, I didn't play Guildfest 2 a lot because I was really busy back then with work and stuff. But I you know, I did each challenge quest a little bit, and I at least beat them all at least once. But like the Achilles one, it didn't feel like it was tuned right. Like the gimmicks are fine, but it just felt over-tuned. It was like for whales basically, and a lot of them were like that. And I feel like that's kind of the direction they've gone with that style of event. Is like they're trying to make it hard even if you are a super whale. The thing is, if you make it hard even if you are a super whale, it's going to be dumb for everyone else. So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of worried if they add a new challenge quest to this, it's just going to be stupid. But who knows? Sometimes they don't do that. They're kind of inconsistent like that. Okay, I want George to die, so I'm not going to use the survivability stuff here. Do that. It's the good of 4 Golem, but insta-death doesn't work. Time for dots. That's what I would say. It's time for dots. Dot setups go. That would, double salami would actually be good there. That'd be like her moment. I wonder if double salami, doorman, you know, limbo, stall weakling, but I wonder if that will work on like Gramps, because Gramps' thing is the damage resist shield, right? If you, the dots won't care about that. And taunts are good in that fight. So, and generally with salami setups, you do double salami, taunts into your final DPS, and then go, go. I don't remember how much health Gramps had though, so I don't know if that would be viable or not. He might have too much health for that to be reasonable. Okay, I don't want George to die too fast now. He actually took more damage than I wanted there. Wait, is he debuffing me? Oh, okay, oh, the Golem. The Golem is debuffing me. Okay, that'd be fucked. I don't remember if Gramps was debuffing me or not. It's been way too long. Oh, restricted support, so double salami. Yeah, you could have one, which would still be good, but that'd be a lot less dots. Honestly, poison might be better than a poison setup. It's not very budget friendly, unfortunately, but a poison setup might potentially be better. There's probably some other ways to do it nowadays, though. There's so many other teams. I don't think Gramps is going to be really any more budget friendly, though. Well, he's budget friendly in that in a real budget setting, right? Like a real budget setting. How do I explain this? It's like, you know, a budget player can still summon an OP support, like Merlin, Castoria, Scatty, whatever. You know, they're going to have some rare stuff themselves, right? But if you actually handicap yourself and you don't use those things, I don't think the fight's going to really be any easier. I think, because most of the stuff that's stronger now isn't really applicable in that fight. So I think it's still going to be just dumb. That's a lot of health, say. We'll do this. Asclepius is okay there, and he's like overall I'd say he's helpful, but I don't think it's helpful enough to really turn that fight around. Like, no way. Like I don't think he would help a ton at all. Like, okay, you on a budget, because you gotta understand budget scenario. This ain't Asclepius with Caster Artoria or Waver helping him out. It's just Asclepius. Okay, you NP one time. Okay, now how are you gonna get his NP a second time before people die? With how much damage Gramps does and everything. Like, what are you gonna do? Right? Like it'll help, but it's really not gonna. How are you gonna get enough done with just Asclepius, right? So although Asclepius is like something, I don't think that's nearly enough to really turn that fight around in a budget scenario. We'll see though. I haven't done that fight in a long time, so but I still think you're gonna have to use bullshit, and like I think you could do it reasonably by just summoning one OP support from your friends list, like just Merlin or just Castoria or just Scatty, and then everything else be fairly reasonable. I think that's doable for sure, and that technically is budget, but I don't want to do that shit. It's not for a video anyway. Hey, Amu Wook Dykes, thank you for the 6-month sub, dude. I'm going so slow because I won't shut the fuck up. George is going to die here. So I'm not sure if the NA version was bugged or the JP version was bugged. I've heard a lot of people say that I think the NA version was fixed. That the Gramps was always supposed to attack at random, and him only attacking your leader slot was actually a bug. The thing is, ultimately, the NA version was easier. A lot of people don't realize that, but I tested both, and absolutely the NA version was easier. The NA version was just more random. It was more frustrating, I would say. But you could win with a pretty team on NA if you just got really lucky. Where that just was impossible on JP. A lot of the teams that could beat it on NA would never work on JP. However, JP was a lot more it was still RNG as fuck, but it was more consistent and it was more predictable. Okay, let me see. What do I do here? I like how David still has his evade. I might not kill it here. Just crit forehead. Easy. Scatty's NP will be good there, especially if you're not going budgety. Scatty will definitely be useful there. I think, and because a quick team could be really good there anyway. A quick team could do a lot of good stuff. Oh, I did not remember that he did that. Good thing we have David. It's like David's good or something. So I actually don't want to charm him right now because then that would stall the NP and then we would get, we'd lose the evade. Please tell me what. I bet you this dragon goes first. I might need to NP that dragon. What if Phantom did 100k though at neutral? Should have cast that last turn. Are we looping? I feel like we're looping. The music, not holy shit, not in game. There is no looping, Phantom looping in a budget team. Yeah, right. That's another example of when, like, you know, it's the support carrying, right? Like Phantom looping is Castoria being good, and then Phantom's just the vehicle for her buffs. There ain't no world where Phantom's looping on his own. That's a joke right there. I can have, wait, I can just NP it with David, because Phantom's AoE and doesn't need to be targeting Siegfried. So no, I still can't charm though. I'll do that. No, I should have used Phantom's card. I absolutely, because he had the Merlin command code. Too hasty. I'm sure Castoria setups will work for Gramps. Art teams are just super good, right? There's no, you could do an art team back then, for God's sakes. Wow. Wow. What? Oh god. I really need to figure out what his deal is. It's either some kind of armor up that goes beyond what you're allowed to armor ignore, or it's just a huge amount of damage cut. So the best way to test that is a Lancer, is giving a Lancer the armor ignore CE, and then hitting them and see if they do 0 damage. Because if they do 0 damage, then it is damage cut. If they do, like, you know, 2k or whatever, then it's probably some kind of defense up, you know, or even damage resist. I wonder how it's worded, this. So if it's 200, that sounds like that would make sense. If it's 200% defense up, armor ignore is working on all of it, right? That's what's happening. Because armor ignore, I don't think only ignores 100%. I'm pretty sure it would ignore 10, 20, 30, 50, 100, 1,000 armor, right? So if that's true, what's happening is you're doing 10% damage. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. That would explain what we just saw. And that would explain why, like, archers are still, you know, quite good here, because they're 10% of their damage, because he only has 50k, is pretty reasonable. I really do want to try then though, like a dot setup, which you could do. So Salami, it's Salome, but you know, Salami would beat this so fast. Oh my god, you wouldn't even need to wait for her third skill. Like 50k dots from her, that's easy. Like that's easy. She'll kill this super quick. I don't think the wiki's right though. I don't think the wiki's right. The wiki, no offense to the wiki, and they have a tall order in front of them, but they're wrong a lot. No offense, but they're wrong about a lot of stuff. You know, they were wrong about Megalos for years and shit like that. So I suspect that they're wrong. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like it's hard to test, but I don't think armor ignore only ignores 100% of armor. I don't think that's the case, and that doesn't even make sense. Because if that, doing 7k there, if my damage was being halved, that doesn't make any sense. And if he still had 100% armor, and I was only ignoring 100%, and so he had 100 left, I would be doing 0 damage. So that just doesn't make sense. I think I think the resistance thing makes way more sense of being, it probably does have 200% defense up, that just doesn't matter, and you're ignoring all of it. And then, and here's, okay, this is why 200% defense up actually means something. If an enemy has 100% defense, exactly 100%, not 110, not 120, they have 100% defense. This applies to you as well, like your units. And the enemy has a bunch of attack up buffs, they'll still do some damage to you. And that's kind of why, if an enemy has 100% defense up, Buster Chains will still do damage, like through it. it's because, as far as I can tell, Buster Ups are essentially gaining a 20% attack up for those attacks. They're basically gaining a charisma, if that makes any sense. And so that 20% goes beyond the defense up 100%. I think that's what I'm pretty sure what's happening. You know, that's why you would give an enemy more than 100% defense, because if you have enough like attack up, you can still get through it to some extent. I think that's my theory here. Okay, what's the play now? We have to NP with Phantom so many more times than I thought we would. This is gonna get nasty. We're gonna do that. Let's see. I guess we. Yeah, we'll do this. Boy, we might need to upgrade the team a bit, because Phantom may have armor ignore, but oh my god. The thing is, Siegfried having 200% defense up would only make sense if armor ignore only ignores up to like 100%. Because that 7k damage we did could be from like the attack up buffs and stuff we had, but I don't know. We'll see in a second here. Like the next time I NP, if I don't have any attack buffs, the thing is, we should then theoretically do 0 damage, right? If we have 100% armor ignore and he has 200% defense up, we should, and we have no attack ups, so we're not like over the base damage. We should do 0 damage, which I don't think we will. I don't remember that ever being a thing, so that's why I don't think it. I think he does have 200% defense up, but I think there's something else. But I don't know. It's weird, man. Siegfried, how exactly works has always been a bit strange. The 7k was exactly 10% of the Phantom damage dealt to the dragon. See, that makes total sense then if that math is correct, which I don't know if it is, but if that math is correct, that makes sense that he has 90% damage resist and 200% defense up. And like, you can see, it's different than the crabs, right? If you fight the crab boss that has the just massive armor up, and you do a buster chain, you will do some damage, right? And your armor ignore NPs do more damage to the crab than it does to Siegfried. I think that's true. I have to check, but if 7k was 10% of Phantom's damage to the dragon, I definitely think he has a 90% damage resist and the 200 armor. Because I don't see anything that suggests that the best way to test this though is on NA. If someone's on NA, if you let the challenge quest boss, if you can figure out how much defense up he gets, because he has defense up and damage cut, and that actually makes it kind of complicated. But if that boss can get up to beyond 100% defense up, you can test this. That boss would really suck for testing though because of the damage cut. That'd make it so hard. But you need to find an enemy that has 100% defense up, or more. I think it's 140% defense up, and then do an armor ignore NP, and then see if you're still losing 40% of your damage. Like that's what you need. The easier way to test it is actually with your units. Is fight an enemy that has armor ignore, and you use like mash or whatever, and you're able to get to over 100% defense up, but not 200%, get like 140, and then the boss is like, you know, just an NP with armor ignore, and then you reduce, you already know what the damage is supposed to be because you've tested it. That is one way to figure it out. Yeah, I really think that's what it is. The 90% damage resist as well. That makes super sense to me. Do I want to kill the dragon so he can't do his NP? It gives more actions to Siegfried, which is scary, but yeah, probably. Please don't golden rule. That would be so bad. I see that, Sanson. Some things are just fate. I feel like Aerie gets Sansoned when lurking a lot. I don't even know how that happens, but okay, what am I doing here? Oh my god. Fuck. Let's see if David can face tank. Maybe I should have saved my charm then. Don't worry guys, Phantom got the flat damage. Honestly, with how bad Phantom is on a budget team here, we might have been better off putting dots on everybody, like dot command codes. Okay, David's good. Hans got sent to the Shadow Realm, but... Can you stop Golden Ruling, please? Okay, Arash is so bad here. I did not think we would be in this kind of scenario. Wow, we are failing miserably. Now, the team could be optimized significantly more than it is, but I'm worried that Phantom would work on a non-budget team, but I'm worried that even now, Phantom might not work on a budget team. We'll see. Unless you give, like, dot command codes to everyone else on the team and you kill them that way. I don't want to use David's second skill yet. So this should be like Mash or something. Arash doesn't do anything. Like he won't help in any way. Oh, we are in so much trouble. We need to NP so many times the Phantom, dude. Guys, it's fine. We got the... I swear, we're gonna do more damage with the command code than over time. I don't know, I think our NP will still beat it, but... You know, it does 1,000 every time we use it. Nash replacing Arash, I think will help a lot. And then hell, maybe summon a second David. It's gonna be hard to keep Phantom alive without using his taunt, but I'm gonna have to say taunt. What am I saying? His charm. We're gonna have to save that for the NP. As much as I want to use my quick card for the NP gain, we gotta use that Buster card as often as possible. It's our only hope, for God's sakes. 4K? Oh God. Help. Chunky heal. Stop doing that! Fucking bustering Phantom. No! That's so bad! I think I have to charm. I don't think I have a choice now. Either that or get lucky, forehead. But then we're gonna die when he NPs. We're at the end of a rope! It's either... Do I try to get really lucky? Is that better? I think we just take what we can. Okay, we're gonna have to twink the team. We're not out of this yet. We are in this run, I think, but we might have a chance with some adjustments. %. Fuck. Guys, I don't know if you've heard, but I think, of course, but first action, just right away, but I think Phantom might be bad. I think Phantom might be a bad unit. Boy, Mash, you would have been really useful earlier. Holy crap. Okay. I actually think a second David might be better, but I don't know, we'll see. Okay, well, one thing that'll help is that. Chat, am I allowed to bring another budget unit that has armor ignore, or is that too much killjoy? Turns out Phantom kind of sucks against Sabers. Oh yeah, it's just against Sabers, guys. That's it. See, it's fine, guys. It's fine. It's only against Sabers. Don't worry. Other than that, he's super strong, super good. No other problems. This toolkit. Let's see. Too much. Yeah, I feel like we should go without. I don't know. We'll see. If it becomes impossible, then we'll bring another one. But double Phantom. Yeah, that probably. I would accept that. No one else has a Phantom though. Like who else has a level 65 Phantom that's not 111? Like none of my ult accounts do. This is my only account I've ever leveled Phantom on. I can't bring myself to do it again. What's our final unit? Do you think the Neurofest now is a lot easier with the introduction of much stronger servants when compared to the past? Yeah, of course. I mean, it depends though. Like, it depends on your context, right? Because like these fights are the easier ones anyway. They get a lot harder. Like they get a lot fucking harder than this. You know, and it depends if you're talking budget or non-budget, right? If you're talking non-budget, if you're a Leviathan or even a whale or maybe even a dolphin, I think it's going to be a lot easier just because, you know, Castoria, Scatty, all this nonsense, right? But if you're going pure budget or you're a new account, these are still, if you're a new account, let's say you've only been playing for like a month. If you've only been playing for a month, you couldn't possibly have Castoria and stuff. You can summon her, and so that will help, like from a friend. But I think it'd still be pretty hard. I think a lot of these would still be really hard for newer accounts. Like, absolutely. Because, you know, a lot of us have already figured them out. We already know what the gimmicks are in these fights. A lot of people don't, and so they have to figure that out, and then do they actually have the units for it? If they don't, then they're going to have to, like, scrounge for value through their support list and what few servants they have that are kind of good for it, right? So I think these could still be very difficult for a newer account. And they do get harder as they go. But, I mean, objectively, we have more tools now than we did then. Like, how could it be harder now? Of course it's easier now. Because we have command codes, we've got 2K foe, we've got, you know, units that have been buffed, we've got new units that didn't exist back then, like Asclepius and so on, right? So it's objectively easier. Now, that's for like the player base as a whole. It's not necessarily easier for a new player, right? A new player just might happen to not have the things that they need, and they might have to really work their ass off, right? So just, you know, that's kind of how the game is in general, so it depends. All right, what for the last slot? I would say Asclepius, but he wasn't out back then, so we won't do that. We do a taunt. You know what's funny though? Rex is right. If Siegfried was a writer, if he was a writer, Phantom probably would have worked there. It would have been right on the edge, right? It'd be like last second. He would have just eked it out, right? I think, or just been just a bit shy. Siegfried has 200% defense, I'm pretty sure, because the reason I think that is, I don't know, actually it might be 100% and then just the damage resist. That could be it. So here's the thing, and I know this because I have tested this. If an enemy has 100% defense up, and you do things like a Buster Chain, you will do extra damage beyond that 100%, right? Even if you don't have Armor Ignore. If you have a bunch of Charismas, like for attack up, you will do some damage. The amount of damage you're getting from Charisma will go past the defense up. But if they have 200% defense up, you're still going to do 0 damage. So what I think is happening is he has 100% defense up, but then he has 90% resist. Oh, the way to test that, though, there is a way to test that. Do a Buster Chain on him. If you do a Buster Chain on him with no Divinity, you know, none of that, you just, no attack up, you do vanilla Buster Chain, and you do 0 damage, he has more than 100% defense then, I'm pretty sure. Because like on the Crab boss, who has 100% defense up, if you did a Buster Chain, you would do a bit of damage. You would do like the 20% attack up you get from the Buster Chain. Where if on Siegfried you do 0, then it's probably 200%. But yeah, I think what messes everyone up, I really think he's got that 90% damage resist that people are talking about. Because units are doing exactly... Because Zaw said he used Spartacus, and he did exactly 10% of the damage to Siegfried that he did to the dragons next to him. So that really sounds like he has 90% damage resist as well. And that explains a lot, if that's the case. I think the community is all over the map and how they think this fight works, just because there's so much bullshit under the hood, and some of it involves things that people don't even know, and stuff like they don't know about, because it's not something you run into in normal gameplay. Okay, you know what? I should do like a taunt, but you could do Robin and try to finish him off with the dot. Robin's poison. We'll do a protection unit though. Which one? Oh, I know, just the one. Perfect. What could go wrong? I have no idea what CE to give him. Oh, I know. Day 1 CE coming up. There we go. Wait, that wasn't a day 1, that was Fate 0. Was Fate 0... I don't remember when Fate 0 was. Shit. Okay, one that I do know that was in by now, though. It's so hard to keep track of what was added when. There we go. Good enough. It was pre-Nerofest too? Okay, we'll use it then. I'm having faith here. Is it? Was it added before Fate Zero? Because it might have been. I know it was early-ish, you know, it's something that's been in the game for ages, but I can't quite remember when it was added. I think they would main interlude Fate Zero, I think. Because they already did rerun it. But if they did it again, like we're seeing now, I suspect it would be a main interlude, because it's kind of story-heavy, where this is not a story-heavy. Because I've noticed that's what the main interlude is, story-heavy stuff. You know, CCC, story-heavy. Not the ideal opening hand here. Might as well, I can't get affected by the defense down, because we have a taunt. Yeah, Christmas 3 actually is kind of story heavy. It's a bit, there's a lot of silliness injected into it, but it has, you know, it has a lot of story. But yeah, it's true, it was the Cell of Reshagal. It's because the Christmas 3 is based on Babylonia. It's like a follow-up to the Babylonia. It's like a kind of a joke follow-up to the Babylonia event, but, or Babylonia story. And because the Babylonia's anime had just aired, or was airing, and Ereshkigal was all the hype. That's 100% why they put that out. But it does have more like story text than like Nerofest. I mean, Nerofest has basically none. I know, that's what I was saying. If they would main interlude Nerofest and then you get to keep the challenge quest, that'd be so awesome. If I remember correctly, the Kentucky event is decently story heavy. Not necessarily good story, but it is, you know, it has plenty of story text. So I'm hoping that gets main interluded. Although, I don't know, getting a normal rerun would probably be better, actually, because then they'll give out the CE, for sure. You know, they could always give out the CEs in a main interlude. They don't have to follow the same formula, because CCC doesn't follow the same formula as the other main interlude. Because you get the challenge quest, where in the other main interlude you don't. The Christmas one. How have they only done 2 main interludes ever? Like, it's just ridiculous. It's crazy. Like, Jesus! Like, the main interlude system's been out for a while now. It's crazy that they've only used it twice. You can say 3 times because of the Edmund one, but that technically isn't a main interlude. They hadn't made the main interlude system yet. It's like a pseudo one. It doesn't even go into the same UI. The other main interlude is Christmas 3. The Reshagal one. It's not as involved though as the CCC one. The CCC one, you get the map and the music, and you know it's more of a fleshed out experience, where the Erechigal one really isn't. Also, you get to keep the Kiara fight forever, where there's no stages in the Erechigal one that you get to keep. Kind of struggling to get Phantom's NP here. I could actually see them doing the Maze event as a main interlude because it's very story heavy, and you know, it was like a big thing. I very much could see them doing that. They'll make it a lot less obnoxious, and then because you know CCC doesn't have any of the farming at all, 0. So it'll still have a lot of like just walking around doing nothing, I'm sure, but I think it'll be significantly less crap. Okay, we'll get Phantom's NP from George dying. I would not mind George living a bit longer though. I almost want to not taunt on him just on the off chance that he can live. I'll wait until Phantom loses his evade. I seem to be doing some damage with BBB Chain with Arjuna. He does have Divinity more than his Divinity, but not sure if that's because Berserker. Well, it's best to try with someone without Divinity. Like, the thing is, so if you're doing a little bit though, it could be the 10%, you know, from the damage resist. So, he may then just have 100% armor then. So it's possible that Siegfried has 100% armor up, 90% damage resist. That would explain if you're doing some... But yeah, I definitely test someone without Divinity. Basically, what BBB works, from my experience, right? I haven't data mined the game or anything, but from testing over a long time and like the crab boss fight and stuff, what I've seen is what BBB does is the units involved in the BBB get a 20% attack up. They essentially get charisma, right? For those attacks, just for the chain. And just like if an enemy has 100% defense up, and then you do an art card, but you have 20% attack up, it will do the damage that you get from that 20% attack up past the armor. It will. And so it's just kind of a funky thing, but it is what it is. So in a way, it has a way to punch through defense up, which is kind of interesting. Oh yeah, I'm sure Fujino melts this because she's an archer, so she'll do way more damage, and she also single target, and she can even bust her chain. So I don't think it adds it as true damage. I don't think it does that, because if it added it as true damage, that would fuck up so many bosses. Like there's some damage resist stuff. Like I think it's as like just pure attack stat. I don't think it's as true damage. I don't know though. The best way to test that is against a boss that has damage resist. That would explain though Orion versus Gozen in CCC. Because he really fucks her up, and if he's getting true damage for the 25% attack up, that would explain that. But I'm not sure. That sounds awfully generous, right? And I'm not sure though. Like, cause you gotta, again, I have to be clear about this. You seriously can get around defense up with attack up, right? You can do that, and you can see that with bosses. If you've got like a massive amount of defense up, like 100%, you're normally taking 0 damage, but then the boss does a bunch of attack up, so they will do damage to you. Unless you have even more defense up to go past that, because you can go on the player side way over 100% defense up. The thing is, I think BBB servants could solo this anyway, though, even if they're just doing the 10%, right? Like, so I'm not sure it's adding it as true damage, because true damage ignores everything. It just completely ignores everything. It ignores defense up, damage cut, resistance, because resistance is like a unique defense thing that it confuses the player base to no end. They don't understand how the resistance works. That's really why, though, I don't think it is true damage, is because generally with damage cut stuff, it doesn't seem that way, because damage cut, I think, still stops BBB chains if it's a lot of damage cut. We haven't had that many fights, though, with massive damage cuts Like, those are rare, but that's the way to test it, is find a boss that has a massive amount of damage cut and do BBB, and then see if it does 0 damage. You might be able to do that on NA right now, because doesn't the challenge quest on NA, doesn't he give himself a damage cut every single stack? So you let him, don't stun him, don't do anything, let him stack up his buffs a bunch, and I think he may get more stacks in the later health bars. You know, get him to whatever point in the fight he can just have the stupid amount of his buffs up possible, and then do a BBB chain with somebody that kind of sucks, right? Who has a lower attack stat, right? And see if they do 0 damage. And the reason why you want to use someone that sucks is so they're not getting past the damage cut, right? Naturally, you need to make sure they would do 0 damage, and if they do damage, then it probably is true damage then. Because yeah, damage cut don't give a fuck about attack ups, right? I was talking about having defense up versus your own attack ups. That does not apply to damage cut, because damage cut is just a set value that is deducted, and that's that. So yeah, that if someone can do that, I'd love to know if you could use like Caligula or some nonsense, or I guess someone that's BBB that's not getting counter class damage. That's probably better. But you'd find someone that's BBB that doesn't have divinity, doesn't have super crazy stats. Don't buff them at all. Don't do nothing, and try to get them to BBB when the NA challenge quest boss has a massive amount of his buffs. The problem is I have no idea how much damage cut that boss gets per stack. It might be something shitty. That's not a lot, and so he may not be able to get you to 0 damage that way anyway. So this is really hard to test. It really is. Well, damage plus, I think, is true damage, right? Like, Waver's damage plus, I'm pretty sure is true damage. And it does get past damage cut. Right? Unless I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure damage plus is just straight up true damage. So that's... I could be wrong. I'm not the, I don't got the data in front of me here, but I suspect that a BBB chain adds the bonus part of the chain, the Buster chain bonus, as an attack up. And if you have enough attack up, you go past 100% defense. So I think that's what it is. But Otto might be right, and maybe it is true damage. It's kind of tricky to test that. But yeah, we'll see. Or we won't, because we don't have story replay, and we can't replay old challenge quests and shit like that. I would love to be able to just have a stream where we just sit down and try to test the hell out of this stuff. Have Siegfried available, have the crabs available, have Good available, all that stuff. Okay, can I kill this guy right now? Fucking sucks that David got bonked so much here. I can do his first skill, or I can just heal him. I think I want to save the heal for Phantom if I can. This is tricky. Can I kill him right now? Maybe. Like crit, I can. I'm gonna do his first skill, I guess. I don't know. Come on, guys. Land a crit. Anybody, even because Phantom's got the damage. There we go, because Phantom had the damage CE, so if he crit, it would have worked too. Yeah, Angra's NP is obviously true damage, but I thought flat damage, damage plus, I'm pretty sure is true damage, I think. And because I know in the crabs, you would get the 500 damage from Waver onto the crabs. That's how I beat it. I was not the only, I beat the crabs with so many stupid things, but my favorite setup I ever did for the crabs, I found this so fun, dude. I did Caster Coup, Lancelot Saber, and Waver. Because what happens is Lancelot does the damage plus through his NP. Coup has Divinity, which is true damage. I gave him Covering Fire, which is true damage. He does Burn with his NP, which is true damage. And then he has the damage plus from Waver. And all that stuff combined, you could do a pretty noticeable amount of damage to the crabs anytime. That was super fun for me. You can use Angra to beat this stage, by the way. It's been done several times. If you have the best Angra ever, you can actually get him up to a 50k, and because the boss is an AoE NP, you can let that hit Angra and stuff. But if you have I bet you Red's already done that. Because this is a really good stage for Angra if you've got him at the premium state. If you don't, it's actually still hard for him to get to 50k, but premium Angra can indeed get to 50k. I think you can do 60k some odd. All right. Guess I do this. There's no point in doing that unless I want to kill this guy, which actually no, I do want to kill that guy because fuck that guy. My Angra wasn't NP5 at the time. What about on JP? Because it's going on right now, but do you only have him supermaxed in an A? Because yeah, he needs to be NP5 and level 100 and all that stuff, because his health needs to be as high as possible. Yep, I saw that. He's doing almost exactly 10% of what he's doing to the dragon. Obviously, there's a little bit of variance because of low high roll and that kind of thing. But yeah, I think Siegfried either has 100% defense up and 90% damage resist, or he has 200% defense up and 90% damage resist. I don't think it even matters. I think the same thing would happen if he had 100% or 200%. Because I think Armor Ignore is just Armor Ignore. I do not think Armor Ignore only ignores 100% of armor. I just don't see any evidence for that. I think why people think that is because a lot of the fights that have gimmicks like this also have something else. Like the guy on an A right now, he has damage cut and defense up. And that so your NPs are still doing less damage than they normally would be. And so I think that's why people think it only doesn't. I do not think Armor Ignore though only does 100%. So another way we can test this, quite easily, and we'll do this in just a minute. There is a craft essence that gives you Armor Ignore permanently. So what you use normal cards. You use someone that has no divinity, none of that, and you have them hit the dragons and look at what their buster card does. We'll use someone that has a one-hit buster, right? So we'll just have them do one, first card, no chain bonus, no attack up, just do one buster attack against the dragon, just bap, right? And then you do the same thing against Siegfried. And if you're doing 10% of what you did to the dragon on average, again, you have to deal with the low high roll nonsense, but if you're doing about 10% damage to what you did to the dragon, to Siegfried, it's definitely a 90% damage resist and then armor. That's definitely what it is. Because you're not going to magically see 10% damage like that if it's 200% defense up and shit like that, and Armor Ignore only gets past 100. Because I just do not think Armor Ignore only gets past 100. That doesn't make any fucking sense. And anytime I've seen Armor Ignore and like all these other contexts out there, that does not ring true. And that's not even what like the text says, for God's sakes. Now that's never stopped DW before. Thank you, Imperial Privilege, but it just says ignore armor. It doesn't say ignore 100% of armor. Okay, what am I doing right now? I guess we're gonna have to save our charm. That does seem to be better. We don't need to kill the dragon yet. And I know like people that data mine it say the effect is just ignore armor. It doesn't say anything about a percentage. That's a big part, because the data miners are able to find the percents of what's in the code, because it has to be in the code, right? Like the game has to be able to operate. And so that's how we figure out that Mozart's art up is 44%, because that's what's in the code. It says to increase art by 44%, right? That's what happens. It's not 40%, it's not 45, it's not 50, it's 44. And I think if Armor Ignore was only ignoring 100% of armor, instead like 120, 100, 100, 200, whatever, I think the data miners would have figured that out. And that's not what the data miners say is there. Yeah, fucking craft essences do give percentages, but skills don't. I could not even begin to tell you why that is. Yeah, I think if a boss had 500% armor, I think Armor Ignore would still do full damage. I think whenever you're doing less damage than normal, it's because of either damage resist or damage cut. And I do not think it's damage cut here, because again, we would not be seeing like the almost exact 10% damage from the dragon to Siegfried, right? That's the real giveaway that I think it's damage resist. But I don't know how the only way I can think of to test if he has 100% defense up or 200% is with like buster chains and stuff like that. That's the or having so here's the reason. Okay, this is how I think you test it. I think is if you had so much attack up, use like Mama Nobu, right? Because Mama Nobu gives herself 70% attack up, and then give her other attack ups from other units. You know, not Buster Up, not Art Up. You give her attack ups, and you get Mama Nobu to way well over 100% attack up, which is possible for her because you know she's a big boy. And then see what her damage is, right? Because if an enemy has 100% armor up, like the crabs do, and you get an insane amount of attack up like that, if I remember correctly, I could be out of my mind, but if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure you would do the damage that you have from the attack up. Where if Siegfried has 200% attack up, that wouldn't work. Although I guess maybe the crabs had more than 100% defense up too. I don't. They could have done it that way. But I'm pretty sure that's how it works. But I may be wrong about this. Well, Sheba had all kinds of other bullshit going on in that fight. Okay. I don't actually need Hans's third skill yet, because I'll get my NP, so I should save it, or hold on to it for one turn. Please don't kill Hans super fast. If I can get 2 NPs out of him, that is going to be so helpful. Man, I want to do that Buster card, though. It really adds up. That flat damage on that thing really helps. Like, you know, every few times I use it, it's basically another NP. But I need Hans's NP, and an Art Chain would be pretty swell right now. Is it worth it, though? Giving up 1,000 damage. Yeah, what could go wrong? Wait, why am I being NP'd right now? I was looking at chat. God damn it! What? He must have quick charged or something. I wasn't paying attention there. Well, that ruined everything. I either just lost track of. Yeah, he must have just quick charged. I could charm on the turn before. That's just unlucky though. That's one reason to keep the other dragon alive. Alright, let's see if we can speed this up a bit. Yep, Ziggy, that's a huge... That definitely has to... That must have to do with what we're talking about like the Buster Chain bonus. You know, either being like an attack up or a true damage or something. Any chance... How much is it doing? And what unit are you using? That does lend credibility though to what Otto was saying about it potentially counting as true damage. But that'd be crazy if Buster Chains counted as true damage. Like that'd be nuts. Like Jesus Christ. I'm using a level 50 Fergus. They all do 1.2k damage. Interesting. And how much does it do to the dragon? With Event CE. Because how much does it do without the Event CE? Summer Martha BBB to 259 damage, like per hit, or in total? That does I will say it's pretty obvious Siegfried has like 90% damage resist. I will say at what we're seeing here, like that part seems fucking obvious. But I guess the thing now is exactly what an attack or a Buster Chain does. I definitely think though that the damage plus is based, or the attack up, whatever it gives you, is definitely based on like, you know, your attack, right? The thing is, damage plus. Am I crazy? Am I forgetting something? I swear, damage plus is true damage, right? Like if you have if you use Waver and you do his damage plus skill, and you have no divinity, nothing, right? And you just vanilla smack Siegfried, you will do exactly 500 damage per hit. And that's true damage, right? I'm pretty sure damage plus is I know it's flat damage, but I think it's true flat damage, right? Like, I don't think it's affected by anything. Damage plus gets reduced by damage cut. Does it? So I guess that would be a difference. So I guess then it's very similar to true damage, but it's not quite. So it's its own mechanic. I never realized that. I do feel like I've talked about damage cut affecting it in the past, and I've just forgotten that because I've been playing this game too long. But that's interesting if that's the case, though. That's true. Also, true damage. That's a good point. True damage also ignores evade and invulnerability, etc., etc. Where damage plus from like Waver doesn't. So that's probably why there is a distinction, though. Like when they coded it, because they coded this stuff day one, for God's sakes, and they didn't know what the fuck they were doing back then, and there was no plan. I would imagine, though, the reason then why there is a distinction between damage plus and true damage is because they wanted one to work on evade and one not to. So that's probably why. That makes sense, though. That makes sense. That pretty much explains everything that I've ever seen with BBB chains. Because I've been saying for years. Like I've streamed like the Crab Challenge Quest many years ago, and I talked about how BBB chains had some degree of like armor ignore going on, and that explains it. And it's that damage plus that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about like how damage plus doesn't work on evade and everything. Because yeah, that definitely. Clearly there's a difference, right? Where if you use poison, Robin's poison. That doesn't give a shit about invulnerability, evade, damage cut, any of that stuff. It'll just do the damage. That's why, I tell you, man, that's why true damage is so powerful, though. Because it ignores everything. There's nothing in the game that does anything to it. So, damage resist, damage cut, defense up, invulnerability. It doesn't matter what the fuck the boss gimmick is. That's why also they don't give you a lot of true damage. They make true... Angra is the only way to get a massive amount of true damage, like, out of nowhere, except he requires so much setup. The only other way to really do it is like a dot setup with like salami or shooting or something, but that takes, again, you have to do a lot of NPs over and over again, not just setup. Where Angra, you can do one NP and get a bunch of damage. Angra is the only way to do a single NP and potentially get like 60k true damage. It's the only way to do it. But if you notice, anytime there's crazy bosses that you're absolutely not supposed to do any damage to, and it's like, you're only supposed to like last 6 turns or whatever, the boss has way more health than 60k. Because they don't want Angra running it. That's absolutely why. They are afraid of the original Avenger there. Yeah, I'd imagine Doorman can dot it up here pretty well. Dots have really improved as time has gone on. Like, they really have, but they've been kind of careful with them. Like... They take ramp up time, and to get that, really big damage where you're doing like 100k all at once and stuff like that, that just takes a long time. There's no way, you can't do that on turn 1. There's no way. Right now in the game, there is simply no way with dots to do like 100k damage on turn 1. That's just not a thing. Or even turn 2. There's no way. Now you give it 3 or 4 turns, and yeah, you can start getting kind of crazy, especially with command spells and that kind of shit. Hey, Lost. Well, as we talk about this and as we've thought about it, it's pretty clear to me that Siegfried, though, absolutely does not have damage cut, because then the flat damage stuff wouldn't do anything to him. But he definitely has got that 90% damage resist. That's so what's going on there. Unless I'm missing something, and if you use Waver and all that, and Waver does 0 damage, but I don't think so. I'm pretty sure if you use Waver here on a unit that doesn't have Divinity, and you just smack him with a quick card, you will do exactly 500 damage. I'm pretty sure. Boy, this was interesting. I enjoyed this. Okay, we're on wave 2. George is on his last leg. Why did I taunt with him again? I shouldn't have done that. I guess I cast this now. Can I kill both of them? Maybe. So if I want to stop Siegfried from quick charging and then going right into his NP, I need to keep both dragons alive for a little while. I wonder if that's worth it. No. Now, maybe Zaw has the best Canis, but it's still not a clear-cut objective. Zaw does not have an objectively better Canis than me until he has, everything my Canis has and more, which he does not have right now. He's almost there, right? And I would imagine if you tested Canis like in the same content 100 times, his would probably shut up, Lonely. I suspect his would probably perform a hair better than mine now. I'm not sure though, right? It's not a clear-cut win yet. He's got to have Golden Sumo and Santa Altar, all that nonsense. Now, as time goes on here, it's not looking so good. All this copium, all this fucking copium. Well, I'm not crazy. I think there's still kind of apples and oranges, right? I think his apple might be bigger than my orange, but it's still apples and oranges, right? He's got a few more steps to go. Yeah, but yeah, he's gonna get there. So, oh my God, the copium emotes. Look, it's not fair, right? Why does nobody compare to my coup though, right? Nobody does this. Why is it our I'm not the Canis guy, right? And yeah, I like Canis, and I saved up a lot of SQ and MP5. It's all great and everything. But anytime there's a new gameplay, because this is not fair. This is baby rage. This is not fair because let's say they add a new gameplay system. They add like broomsticks, right? You can give broomsticks to your favorite servant, and that does something, and now your NP applies the broomstick effect or whatever the fuck, right? I'm gonna give it to Coup, but Zaw's gonna give it to Canis, right? It's not fair, right? Nobody's trying to one-up my Coup over here. I'm sure somebody out there, though, can tie my Coup. It's literally impossible. Actually, there is one way somebody can one-up my Coup, and it is so tiny. You have to be a Leviathan. The only way to one-up my Coup is you have to have never missed a 2K foe item. You have to, all that nonsense, you have to never missed a faux pas, 'cause I've never missed a faux pas. And then you have to be buying faux pas every time the shop resets. If you do that, you could already have his art card either almost maxed or maxed, right? Because right now my faux pas, all cards are maxed except the art card, which is like 180 or 200 out of 500, right? And if you were buying the Rare Prism faux pas every shop reset, you might have that maxed. Now obviously I'll get that maxed, and then you can't go beyond that. But that's the only thing you could do, because I've got every CE that's even remotely applicable to Coup, and I got that shit leveled up. I've got Atlas overall is best Mystic Code. I've got that at 10, for God's sakes. I got every other Mystic Code good for him at 10. He's level 100, 2K foe, 10, 10, 10. I mean, there's just no room for improvement anywhere, but except that art card. And you could. But so but most people that super like Coup out there aren't Leviathans, right? So I've yet to see somebody that is actually better than my Coup, but it could happen. But I've seen people that tie it. I have seen Coups that tie with my Coup, because there's other big Coup fans that give him every upgrade possible. Also, you have to never have missed a command code. That's definitely part of it. Like, you have to never have missed a good command code, which I've never missed a single command code on my main account. I have on my alt accounts, but I've never missed a single command code on my main. Faux pas are only one Rare Prism. You kind of still need to be a Leviathan, though, because that's still enough faux pas to really eat into your... There's a lot of things to use Rare Prisms on. Most people just aren't going to use it on that. I think really the only people out there that are autopilot buying it from their Rare Prism shop or Leviathans. Well, and maybe whales, too. You probably don't need to be a Leviathan. That's probably too much, but... you gotta at least be a whale, maybe a dolphin, but no free-to-play is consistently buying that. Like, that's just not a thing. I'm free-to-play except for Edmund. And, I've got like, what, 20 Rare Prisms right now? And I burn gold servants more than most people, I would say. And that's plenty of Rare Prisms, and I've already bought a fuckload of things from the Rare Prism shop, right? But I could not. If I was buying the faux pas every month, I couldn't do it. I don't have enough Rare Prisms for that, no way. And then even if I did, I probably wouldn't be willing. That's the thing. So, but I'm not a dolphin, right? And I'm certainly not a whale. And so you're right though. You don't need to be a Leviathan, but I'm not even sure a dolphin would do it or could do it. And definitely not a fish. Like no way fish, and I don't think a dolphin, but definitely whale. Just a pretty normie whale could do it. It is 20. You get 20 attack per faux pas, if I remember correctly. I'm a dolphin on JP. The only thing I'm buying are faux pas. Lol. But 2, that's not normal, I would say. And then, so you'd have to be like that. Also have no need of the other stuff in the Rare Prism shop, which you've been playing from day one. That's a thing. You don't need nearly as much stuff from the Rare Prism shop if you've been playing since day one. But then you also your favorite character has to be Ku, right? I'm sure there are people out there, of course, buying the faux pas every month, of course. But their favorite character has to also be Ku, and they also have to have already 2K fo'd him. They have to have all of his good command codes. They also need to have Golden Sumo. That's why I get a lot of people. I snipe them. I think a lot of people out there might be a whale. Favorite character might be Ku. They might be buying those faux pas, but they don't have fucking Golden Sumo. And I can say this with a lot of certainty. Overall, not in every fight, but Golden Sumo is Ku's best CE. Other than maybe the Yang CE now, but that's a whole different thing. But overall, it's normally his best. And Golden Sumo is good for a lot of characters, but a lot of times it's basically tied with another thing, or maybe even slightly worse, but it's almost their best. Golden Sumo is frequently almost your best, but maybe not your best, right? At least for soloing and Last Man Standing. But for Ku, it is absolutely his best in a lot of scenarios. If you need starting NP, it is his best one. And it's because Ku switches his card colors so much. That's just straight up why. It's a huge thing for him because he's over there doing QQQ and then B, BQ A or AQQ and fucking B NPB sometimes. Like he's just all over the map with his card colors. So attack up is the best thing for him, and just the way he plays, attack up is the best thing for him. Quick up is not going to result in him looping better, shit like that. Yeah, I know my Yang CE is level 90, but. Honestly, the Yang CE is great, and sometimes it's meta for him, sometimes, but it's not meta all the time. It's not, and that goes for almost every servant. There's just a lot of scenarios where the damage ratios work out. You do not need the damage from the Yang CE, you just don't. But you need starting NP. That happens a lot. I'm sure Lost has talked about this before, because I remember he was talking about this a while ago about the Yang CE being good, but it's not quite as good as people think. And I've seen it. Like Yang CE is great, it really is, but Jesus Christ. There are times that it's absolutely not meta because starting NP can just be such a fucking impactful thing. Alright, I need to pay attention to if Siegfried goes first. I don't think he does. I think that stupid-ass dragon does, but if that happens, he'll hit George. It's worth the science. I don't want George to die right now, but it's worth the science to find out if that dragon goes first. Every once in a while, they customize things, and they'll make the boss unit go first. But they don't normally do that, so I suspect that dragon goes first and can ping off David's shield. And if that's the case, I need to kill it. This hand fucking sucks. This hand really incentivizes me to kill this dragon, but I'm gonna not. Wouldn't Buster Up be the best for Canis? She has a bunch of attack up, and her Buster cards are the strongest, so they benefit from it. In very specific contexts, yes. A lot of times, no. Canis actually does not BBB all the time. And I'm sure Zal will back me up on this, because Zal uses Canis religiously. There are absolutely times you do BQQ, like you absolutely do that. And there are times you even do AQQ, because like sometimes it's really important to get your NP quick. And you also want Star Gen. Like AQQ is a really good combo on Canis because she hits them with the shield. I mean, because you get NP gain, and you also make stars, which means you might crit, because she has to find ways to crit, right? So if you need your NP, you got her second skill up, and you're getting her star per turn thing, and then you do AQQ or BQQ. You have a lot of fucking stars now, and you made a lot of NP gain. And there's a lot of turns where you just don't need to do BBB. You just don't. Like the way the damage ratios work out, it's just not necessary. So Canis mixes up her cards quite a bit, and Canis really likes her extra attack, and the only thing that benefits her extra attack is attack up. Now, there are times where Canis needs to min-max her NP damage to hit 3 targets, and it's not about single card nuking, and maybe the enemy has a super high hit count, and you're not going to use their art card ever. So then maybe, in those cases, sometimes Buster Up is better, right? Because then you're really min-maxing her NP damage, and that's what's important. But I've used Canis quite a bit, and I've done a lot of challenge quests with her, and a lot of times you're really mixing up her combos, and you still want those combos to do more damage. I tell you, Golden Sumo's bullshit. It is really good. Because even if on that one turn you do you do like, oh man, I do 3k more damage because I went Buster Up instead of Attack Up, or even 5k damage because of Buster Up instead of Attack Up. That's not a lot. It does not take Golden in a solo context or a last man standing. It does not take long for Golden Sumo to give you 5k damage through other means. You might like Buster cards, but your ass is still probably going to do a few quick cards and a few art cards, and you're doing an extra attack every goddamn turn. Every turn, right? Attack Up is the only thing affecting those in that kind of scenario for Canis anyway. And it doesn't take long for to get 5k damage, you know, and let's say the fight goes on for, you know, 8 turns, 9 turns, it's like, you're going to get a lot of fucking damage out of Golden Sumo through those odds and ends. And it's, you know, it still helps your Buster stuff, so, Golden Sumo, good, man. Now, there are some units, though, that Golden Sumo is just not right on. It's just not. You know, there are some units that, one, they don't need starting NP. There are several units where their gameplay just does not need starting NP. Or they're just BBB for life, right? There's just so much BBB going on that it's just not that important. Or they need a Gut CE. There's a lot of units out there that Gut CEs are their meta thing to use. So yeah, it's not like Golden Sumo is universal. It's just that there are units though that it's just so good on, and also for all those other units that it's not their best CE, it's almost their best CE. So that's why it's one of the best things ever to take to 100. Because yeah, maybe it's not the best CE for Gwaine, but it's still damn good for Gwaine, right? Maybe it's not the best thing for like Hijikata, but it's still damn good for Hijikata, right? Yeah, maybe Aerial Drive or Guts or whatever is better, but it'll still hold its own. So it's so much boom for your buck. I cannot think of a better CE for boom for your buck. It's good, like the Yang CE is great, but it's not as good in team play. It can be, it can still be amazing in team play, because Pierce of Vulnerability, massive damage, but sometimes you just gotta have starting NP. Stuff like that. And so the Golden Sumo is good for farming, it's good for last man standing, it's good for soloing, it's just, you know, it's good for quick buster, art, it's good. Look, people always say, oh, you know, if you like Golden Sumo so much, why don't you marry it, right? But I'm not hyping it because I like Golden Sumo. I like Golden Sumo because it's fucking amazing, right? It's good, right? It's super good. It's Mr. Universal, and then occasionally also meta, right? So, that's why it's 100 for me, and it was like the first thing I got to 100. Yeah, it's the waiver of CEs, right? If not more so, honestly. Okay, what am I doing right now? Let's see. Well, I'll leave the dragons alive for a bit. Okay, we do this. And yeah, they should really give that CE out to everyone, because it's not, I don't think Golden Sumo's OP, right? It's... Imagine getting 100 to 0 because they only attack you, never cast a skill, and Phantom, if Phantom didn't... Fuck! If he didn't give himself a cocking defense down, he wouldn't die there. This sucks. What? How can I why is this going so much worse right now than the first run? Yeah, they are super afraid of attack up CEs. They do not make them very often. You guys gotta stop putting forth interesting topics, because I need to, we need to get some gameplay here, man. We gotta stop taking 3 years for a turn, because we gotta figure this shit out. Phantom's having a bad time here. Look, I love the Phantom guy and everything, but he uses OP supports. If I was using OP supports with Phantom, it would still be hard, but it would not be half as bullshit as what we are doing right now. We're not just using budget units. I'm using budget CEs. I'm not even using CEs I'm only using CEs that existed back in Nearfest. I don't want to hear it, you bunch of fucking cocks. Anyway. All right. Oh, hi TG. How you doing? So dude, I love that D emote, by the way. It's just so good, right? It's normally used sarcastically, but sometimes used seriously, and it's very often sarcastically, though. It is just perfect for it, right? Yeah, the Yang CE really does not affect the Castoria meta. It actually could, though, in a scenario, because there are times with Castoria you don't need starting NP, and there are times you need Pierce Vulnerability. and it'll be insanely good there. But yeah, generally Castoria, Scatty stuff, they have so much damage, they have no need for that kind of long-term damage up. Like, it just doesn't, it doesn't affect them. That's why some people don't realize it's such a good CE. Which MC is usually better for Nero? From what I've tested, it's default, but Atlas isn't leveled enough. Are you talking about 4-star Nero? It's so obnoxious. You always have to, generally when people say Saber Nero, that's what they mean. Or even just Nero, but you've got fucking Nero Bride, who is also a Saber and everything, so I always gotta check. OG, okay, so yeah, just regular Nero. Normally default, or unless you need to deal with debuffs and it's Atlas, but normally default because it's really hard for her. This is the real Achilles heel for Nero. This is what kind of handicaps her, is not being a solo unit on par with like Ku and Kidu, Chaco Jana and stuff. Now there's some scenarios where like Guts is really rewarded, or AoE is really rewarded, or just Sabers are rewarded. It's not like Nero's got her moments, she really does, but overall she's way behind. She's behind Nero Bride, for God's sakes, but she's way behind Ku and Enkidu and all that kind of stuff, you know, Kama, you know, all the big boys. And it's because it is almost impossible to get her third skill again, right? Its cooldown is just so long, and because she comes out with low health, if it's a boss of note, if it's not a bitch, right? If it's a boss of note that's really got a high attack stat and stuff, even if she's counterclassing, normally she'll never get her third skill again, even with Atlas. Even with the cooldown reduction, she just can't, right? It just doesn't work out. If you cast your third skill too far in advance, you won't get the final tick of it and all kinds of stuff. And so what happens is she's just got a real set value. It's hard for her to extend it. And although she can guarantee, because of the way Guts works, even if the boss hits for 9999 damage with Pierce and Vulnerability every turn and Armor Ignore, she can still live. Like a lot of other units in that context would actually have a really hard time. She can still live for a good while in that scenario, and that's good. But outside of that, she just can't last quite as long because she just can't use that third skill. So Atlas doesn't do any good. If Atlas doesn't get you your third skill back, there ain't no point in bringing Atlas at all, right? Unless you need the debuff clear, obviously. You know, it's like a pipe dream, right? So you might, if you can't get it, you might as well get the attack up and the heal and such from default, or whatever, you know, Mystic Code is applicable for the fight. However, there are times where Nero is counterclassing, and she's able to use like the heal boost command code and things like that, and she's certain bosses don't spam their NP and things like that. So what can happen is her final Guts goes off, and you can line it up, or maybe the boss just NP'd or something, and now the boss is going to take a while to NP again, and then she uses all of her healing skills, and she had the heal boost, and she gets like back in the game, and then you use your command codes and stuff, and she gets back to like full health. And then with that and Atlas lowering the cooldown on her third skill, sometimes, and cause she lands the Dream World, you land the defense up on Imperial Privilege. So not only did you heal back up to full, but now you have a 40% defense up for 3 turns. And so with all of that, you can get Nero's third skill back. And when Nero is capable of getting her third skill back like that, she's nuts. Because then you just live, like that's an insane amount of turns that she can live when that happens. So Nero, and I honestly say, with better command codes coming out and stuff, Nero can kind of like sneak in there and catch up, right? Right now, she's really far behind Ku and Enkidu and that kind of stuff overall. And again, there are moments where she is better than them and such, but overall, her like raw value I think is less. But I actually think she can, with depending on the kind of command codes that come out, there are definitely certain command codes that will extend like her, that will help her more than will help them. And if that ever enables her to reliably be able to get her third skill twice, she'll really skyrocket in value. But yeah, I would say overall default is her best Mystic Code. Sometimes though, it's actually some of the art up ones and weird shit like that. And so it is sometimes Atlas, because sometimes she can get her third skill again. And sometimes you just gotta have that debuff clear. Like sometimes there's no. That's what gets Baldy though, dude. There are so many fucking quests that snipe Baldy because he must bring Atlas, but then bringing Atlas hurts him because he's not good with Atlas. So if you don't bring Atlas, you're completely fucked, and if you do bring Atlas, you lose your standard value. That's a huge problem for Baldy. And it can be a problem for Nero as well, but I don't think it affects her as much. How would you feel about Tam, but for Buster? So you mean like a Buster support that has cooldown reduction and healing and all that? I mean, it'd be fine. I mean, it might not be as good because Tam inherently has like long-term gameplay. Like she's designed for the long run because her value gets it ramps. It seriously, if you're in a like, everyone says, oh, Tam is so bad. Every time there's some bullshit challenge quest nobody can deal with, you see people using Tam everywhere. I see that all the time. Every time people are stuck on a fucking boss fight and they have to stall the hell out of it because they're a bitch and they don't want to figure it out the normal way. Tam for days. There is such a reason for that, because when you need to be bailed out and the fight's going to be 100 turns, pretty much nothing is on par with Tam. The amount of value you get out of cooldown reduction and the healing and the defense, it's just nuts, right? And art teams are inherently really strong in those kind of scenarios where you have to go a really long time. Art teams don't really ever run out of gas. Art teams always keep you running even when your cooldowns are on cooldown and stuff like that. You know, quick and buster teams have a tendency of running out of gas or having awkward turns where they're more vulnerable. Art teams are the most like consistent forever. You know, they can keep going even when their stuff is gone. And so Tam is naturally good there. Now, sure, a buster Tam would be fine, and that would absolutely be useful in certain scenarios. But she's definitely best as an art unit, like no question. It's so silly to me that people think Tam sucks now. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. Like, not only like it's just sure Tam is not like the best unit in the game. Who cares? You don't have to be the absolute. I tell you, this is like teenager think, right? Like, and there's a reason teenagers aren't good game designers. No offense, but there's a reason teenagers are not good game designers, right? It's so many fucking people have this mindset, if it's not the meta, it's useless. And therefore, anytime you like something, it needs to be buffed to be the meta. That's fucking dumb. If you do that, all that's going to happen is you're going to have an unending goalpost that's moving, and you're going to have so much power creep, and it's going to be a revolving door or flavor of the month, right? And that is so bad for games in the long run. You can see so many video games from the past that have done that and failed and had so much like bloat because they've done that. Not a good idea. It does not work. Something is going to be the best, right? That something is going to be the best, and that's okay. You have to just be. If you're not the best, that doesn't mean everything needs to be buffed to be the best, because then you're just moving the goalpost, and now the other thing that's the best isn't the best anymore, and now something else it's stupid, right? As long as things are viable and good enough, it's okay, right? And if you're going to be a meta slave, that's your problem, right? It's not like there's no world where everyone's being a meta slave and everyone gets to use everything. That's impossible, and striving for it will ruin your fucking game, right? Tam is still very good for farming. You absolutely can. I don't even understand. It's like people do 3-turn setups with Tam, and they've been doing them forever. Like the fucking steak farming stage, you can absolutely 3-turn with a Tam setup. What's the problem? Oh my god, her 3 turns take an extra click or 2. Oh no! I can't ever use Tam now. So she needs to be buffed so she can 3-turn with the same number of clicks or less clicks than Castoria. And then everyone says Castoria is pointless. Like, that's stupid. Like, that's just dumb. Like, what is wrong with you, right? Like, buster teams can 3-turn. Yes, they sometimes take more clicks than Castoria. Who cares? Quick teams can 3-turn. And yes, maybe they take slightly more clicks than Castoria. Who cares? Right? It doesn't matter. Buster can 3-turn. Art can 3-turn. Art with more Castoria focused or Tam focused can 3-turn. Raw Castoria stuff can 3-turn. None of those things. You do a lot of like Spartacus Araj, a lot of self-charging batteries, Switch Mystical Nonsense. A lot of that stuff can 3-turn. Who cares then? Like who? I swear, some people are just, they want their waifu to be meta, so you know they can meta slave and feel like they're good, because I'm only good if I'm a meta slave, right? Like I gotta show I'm the best, and I want to also use I also want to use my waifu, and then I'm bored, so I gotta argue about this stuff on Reddit and Discord. Because here's the thing, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Most people they don't care. They literally don't care. Most people don't argue on Reddit about if Tam is still viable in farming compared to Castoria. They don't do that. Most people don't go on Discords, and it's not like they're not like upset. They get on Discord for fun as a side thing. It's not like this is the most important thing. That is not most people, right? The people that you know go super ham on this stuff are nuts, and it's a fuck. And I'm nuts. I'm not a normal person, right? And I don't actually talk about Tam versus Castoria, and I don't go on Reddit and talk about this stuff. But you know, I talk about these things on my stream and stuff. And I'm also not normal, right? Most people do not give a fuck. And I remember Toho was talking about this when he went to that live FGO event, and you could see other people playing FGO in person. And it's like, yeah, most people aren't being even slightly meta. They're not even trying to 3-turn. They're not, they're just playing they're bad, and they're just playing the game. Good for them, right? Who gives a flying fuck? This whole, like, endlessly trying to make everything meta is just, it's stupid. And it's terrible for the game. And it's why Castoria is so broken in the first place. Like, how do people not see this? Like, why do you think Castoria is so broken? It's because they were trying to make her meta, and they were trying to make her more meta or as meta, and they just missed the mark, trying to make her as meta as Merlin, and shit like that. And Merlin is so busted! So when you try to make something as good as Merlin, you accidentally push the envelope and it gets even dumber. They even said this so many years ago. They were talking about Merlin, and they basically said, yeah, we accidentally made him a little too good, right? And it's because they were trying to make him good, but they accidentally made him even better than that, right? They were trying to make him, like, on par with Waver, because Waver was the meta back then. And they were trying to make Merlin completely on par with that, and whoops, they made him too good, right? And then with Castoria, same thing. They're trying to make him... They want you to have every reason to roll for Castoria. They want you to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to be able to use her and be totally viable in challenge quests, farming, everything. So of course I should roll for her, and I like her too, so there we go, right? And so they try to make her viable with what is the meta, and they make her better than the meta by a little bit. And a lot of times it's on accident, but it is what it is, and then this keeps happening. Because now, I've seen this. I've been playing FGO for a long time. I remember when Waver was the meta. Waver was as meta as it got. I remember that. And I remember thinking, man, Waver's too good, right? It's like, he's the meta, and I think something's always going to be meta, but I think he's a bit too good. You know, that the meta is a bit too far ahead of like the middle, right? The top is a bit too good. That can happen. The gap between the middle and the top is just larger than it should be. And I remember thinking, yeah, Waver's a little too good. Then they added Merlin. Now, Merlin's not OP for farming. He's good for farming, but he's not OP for farming. But he's OP as fuck for challenge quests, especially if you're not trying to 3-turn. I'm so fucking tired of that meta, by the way. Anyway, if you're not trying to 3-turn, Merlin became the meta, right? And that was even farther than Waver. And I was like, Jesus. And then everyone compared everything to Merlin. They wanted things to be on par with Merlin. That was the thing for years, and it never happened. It took so long for something to be on par with Merlin. But people were constantly complaining about their favorite new waifu not being on par with Merlin and Waver. And then it finally happened with Scatty, right? And now it's even dumber, right? Now Scatty, for most the normal player, actually Scatty's not as good for challenge quests as Merlin. No way. You have to be doing like double Scatty and Edmund and bullshit like that for it to be really good. And most players just don't have access to that. But regardless, she's really disgusting and definitely pushes the boundary for farming, right? And then everyone complains things aren't as good as Scatty. And then they add Castoria, and now she's the new meta. And now everyone's complaining things aren't as good as Castoria. And so then they're going to add, I don't know, tits for brains. And then that's, it's getting way out of hand. Why do you think 3-turning has become such a thing? Because the players are so much stronger than they should be. At least the whales are, right? At least the whales and the long-term players are. Because what we have access to now is stupid. It's stupid. We have Sherlock, Castoria, Waver, Merlin, Nero Bride, all these crazy CEs, MLB K-Scope, Stanty Berserker 1, you fucking name it. It's like, we're bullshit. People that have been playing for a long time and or whales and leviathans and stuff, it's dumb, right? They're way too powerful now because they keep adding shit to the game that is just too strong. And so if you try, if you're slightly good at the game and you've got all this stuff, you have Castoria, you have a friend with Castoria, all this nonsense, it's like impossible for the game to be challenging. So because people are egotistical pricks and gotta act like they're better than everyone, the Leviathans and whales gotta try to show off and act like I'm better than you. So they gotta, oh look, I 3-turned the challenge quest with my, my wallet warrior team, and so that's what they gotta do now, right? Because it's so easy for people that are even remotely meta to just destroy things. It's so easy for like a Merlin team to beat a challenge quest. Even if your team sucks and it's all like budget stuff, but then you have Merlin and then like maybe MASH and that kind of stuff, you can generally handle most challenge quests with maybe a few exceptions, but generally if you long as you put a little effort into it, you'll be all right? And so the whales they can't have that. They got to distinguish themselves. So we're 3-turning it now. But like, it's absurd that that's the standard now. That it's like, oh yeah, you just got to minimum turn every challenge quest because that's totally possible. right? It used to not even be possible sometimes, right? It depends. You know, some challenge quests are absolutely doable with like minimum setups, even with waiver and all that. But it's so dumb. Like, who cares? Like, who gives a fuck about minimum turning everything? I just, it's weird to me that people care about that so much because it's so boring and it's so same-o. Like, seriously, chat, when was the last time you saw a minimum challenge quest clear and they were using units, they're like, oh wow, I didn't see that coming. Like, unless you're really bad at the game and you have no idea what is meta, but anyone that's like in the know, when have you ever been surprised by a minimum turn clear? It's like a DPS that's applicable because they have niches or they're the right class or the right card color, and then all the usual suspect supports. That's always what it is. And always in all the same usual suspect CEs. It's the same shit forever. Now, I totally understand people wanting for farming. I understand why people want a 3-turn just to speed things up. Now, I don't think you need to be obsessed with it, right? And it comes at the cost of enjoying the game or even efficiency, because sometimes people are 3-turning and they're actually being less efficient and they don't realize it because, you know, AP drop ratios and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I get it if you're doing a lottery event and you want to, you know, get the farming over quick, you know, get as many lotteries done as possible. That's, you know, that's fine. That's cool. You know, you do you, no problem. That's not really what I'm talking about, right? You know, sure, if you want to like progress and like try to make your setups better and better, and you want, you know, that makes sense. You know, that's normal. But like this obsession with, oh my god, it's not about 3-turning. I have to 3-turn with the least clicks possible. Otherwise, the game is ruined, right? Or I have to 3-turn every challenge quest. You know, it's just silly. It's like it's not. Yeah, maybe Tam is, you know, going to take a little bit more effort to 3-turn with than Castoria. Sure. So, like, something has to be the best one. Why does it always have to be, you know, what? I guess people are just crazy and they actually think you're going to be in some utopia where all the 5-star meta supports are all going to be exactly tied with each other. Like, that's never going to happen. And of course, it's never going to happen. I've never been surprised by any of the Crystalria. First off, no one's ever beaten it. People always say they beat it. You cannot beat that fight. You can't. No one has beaten that fight. It is impossible. You can just get as far as you can. You can get to the last health bar, but there's no possible way to beat that stage. But literally all of the setups of people maximum going to on Kirsch getting the final health bar, all of them, it's still the usual suspects. It's all the meta supports with all the meta CEs and the most applicable DPS that makes sense. The Kentoki one is probably the most impressive one because Kentoki is actually not the best DPS you could use there, and he's slightly more budget friendly because he's a welfare. But as you say, it takes literally perfect RNG, and so it's still not, it's not surprising, right? Of course, if you get that kind of RNG, you're going to be able to do it, and of course Kentoki can loop with Scatty, and of course Scatty results in that kind of damage. So it's like, this is not surprising, right? This is same-o. What is surprising is that someone was insane enough to keep clicking the restart button until the RNG lined up like that. That's the surprising part. The team is not the surprising part. You don't even want perfect balance in most video games. There's a few exceptions to that, but most video games you do not want perfect balance. How is this going so badly right now, by the way? Why am I so far behind on killing this guy? So even though I already tested it, I did not pay attention to if that stupid... I have no idea if that Wyvern attacks first, because I've been ranting so much. I just cannot focus on the game like at all, and I have no idea if that Wyvern attacks first. I've literally had the opportunity to check multiple times now, and I just haven't. Let's see. I might need to use Hans' second skill because he just doesn't have any NP gain here. Unless I think, like, I should do the attack up because we're only going to need it for 1 turn, and I actually need it to come back sooner. So. I could Art Chain, but I'm not sure that would result in doing 14k damage. I could also use Hans' third skill on himself, but I need to use it on Phantom. This would put Hans at about 80%. That's not really enough. Fuck it, I'm gonna do this. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. A pure free-to-play, though, can be a meta slave. You could, it's totally possible. Like, and they exist. There are some people that are, like, it's actually not even hard. It's hard in terms of, like, I would say enjoying the game for a lot of people. A lot of people wouldn't, like, want to play that way. If you're being a meta slave as a free-to-play, you basically just always save up your SQ, you always save your summon tickets, and you really only roll on the stuff that is super good, like Castoria and Merlin and Waver and Nero Bride and stuff. And you can look at me. Look how meta my account is. Now I'm far from like some of the whales out there. You know, I don't have Nero Bride. I don't have Castoria, although I didn't even try to get her. I absolutely could have gotten Castoria if I'd wanted to. Like, they gave out so much free SQ for her, I absolutely could have gotten her. So if I wanted to be, I absolutely could be a meta slave and be completely free to play. I've been playing for a long time. I have good willpower. I know how to save up. You know, the longer you play, you have more and more chances at Nero Bride, at Waver, at Castoria, at Merlin, at Scatty, right? You know, so if I wanted to be, I could be 100% free to play, and I could be so meta. Like, I could have all the meta DPS and all the meta supports at this point. Now, it would take a long time, right? You're not going to do that in the first year of your game, no way. You know, you'd have to, like, never roll on servants that you like. Right? You pretty much always have to roll on the meta shit when it comes out. But you absolutely can be a free-to-play and be unbelievably meta. Like, absolutely. I would never want to play that way, though. Like, holy shit. I think gachas can be actually fine, and I think they can actually be fun and interesting. It just depends on how they're done. I think FGOs is kind of bad, though, because the lack of a safety net and a bunch of other problems. But there are okay. First off, gachas must be free to play. I think if you have a gacha and like a buy to play game or a subscription game or something like that, it's fucked. That's so fucked. You know, like especially for buy to play. If you had a $60 game and has a gacha in it, that's absurd, right? That's absurd. But for a completely free to play game, I think it's a reasonable business model if one, there's a safety net. That's a huge part of it. It has to be a reasonable safety net. It cannot be a bullshit one. It has to be a reasonable one. And I think Genshin and Epic 7 are very good standards of a good safety net. I think both those games have extremely fair. Isn't FIFA basically a gacha game? Isn't FIFA basically a pay-to-play gacha game? Like I think FIFA is like worse than like every mobile game ever from what I've seen. Anyway, optional subscriptions are fine, by the way, because optional subscriptions are no problem. But like World of Warcraft, for example, is not an optional subscription, right? So if that had a gacha, that's super messed up. Anyway, so like I think Genshin Impact is a good example of a gacha game done really well. I think it's the gold standard right now. Absolutely. The only issues with it are maybe like the lack of just maybe variety with like, you know, the characters, but that's different. You know, it has a completely reasonable safety net. It gives you a lot of free currency, and the game is 100% playable without spending a penny. You can enjoy all of the story. You can enjoy all the hangout side quests. You can do all the bosses. You can farm everything. You can do the Abyss. Everything is full free to play, and you have a good variety of characters. Like absolutely, you know, you get a bunch of characters for free no matter what you do. You know, you get Noelle, Kaya, Lisa, Amber, you know, blah blah blah, a few other ones, Barbara, Fish, whatever. And then because of the safety net, as a complete free to play, you are guaranteed. If you play Genshin for a few months, you know, you are guaranteed to get 5 stars. It doesn't matter how unlucky you are. You are going to get 5 stars because the safety net transfers between banners. So you can be the unluckiest person ever, be 1,000,000% free to play, never spend a penny, and you will get 5 stars, you will get 4 stars, and the default roster. And I think that's beyond reasonable. And then Genshin gives you optional monetization that is never necessary. I don't think any of the optional monetization in Genshin is even remotely required to enjoy that game. Because most people enjoy that game because of the story and the world and the boss fights and blah 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 blah. And you don't need any of the optional stuff for any of that. And like I don't think the game is overly inconvenient if you don't do the stuff. You know, no way. You don't need to sit there and farm. You don't need to sit there and farm domains every day anyway. Like calm down. Like just if you're enjoying the game and the story and the exploring. Like, people get into these brain traps and they think they gotta, like, you know, reset their resin all the time and go. Like, oh my god, if I don't have meta gear, I couldn't possibly have any fun. Like, it's ridiculous, right? So I think Genshin is completely fair. They're not money grubbing their player base. It's incredibly easy to be a free to play. And if you want to spend, you can spend money, but not, like, gamble and spend loads, like, thousands of dollars. You can spend 50, 20, $10 at a time in that game and it's fine because of the safety net, because of the subscription model. It's fine, right? There's no, I'm glad that game is done so well because it is I think gacha done very well. It's like the best way I've ever pretty much seen it done. I think Epic 7 does a very good job as well, although their gameplay is kind of shite, but I think their business model is pretty much equally as good. And then an example of how to do gacha pretty horribly, I hate to say this, but I would say is FGO. It's not the worst. FGO is not the worst. It's the worst that's popular. I said out of all the big popular ones, I would say FGO is the worst gacha system. By far. It has no safety net, although it is very reasonable for its free-to-play units. I'll give them that, and they have nice animations and all that kind of stuff, and you can definitely beat the game with free-to-play units, and the game is actually really rewarding that way, I would say, and you can enjoy the story, blah, 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 blah. But it's very scummy. They want you to spend $20 and get nothing and have that and just be able to keep spending $20 over and over and have it just never amount to anything. They basically want that to happen. That's just lame, right? And there's no subscription model. There's no alternate way to spend money on the game. You don't buy costumes. It's all RNG. It's all gacha. That is fucking crap, right? FGO definitely has the worst, gacha system out of the big ones out there. It's so bad. I'm shocked that they're still surviving. They're getting so carried by the Fate IP. It is absolutely ridiculous. But so for the positives for gacha, something I really like about it is that you different accounts, different people will have different experiences because the characters can be so different and can play so different. So like my friends, my friend will have his own criteria, the kind of character designs he likes, the kind of gameplay he likes, and so he'll focus on this, that, and the other and build teams around that, and so he'll have different pros and cons of different boss fights and have his own experience, and I'll have my units that are like fitting my taste and stuff I like and the kind of gameplay I like, and so I'll have my own pros and cons to deal with. That's fun. I like that. What you need is everyone needs the same baseline units, right? Your baseline units that can cover your bases, and then you get your bonus stuff, through the gacha, and that's how Genshin Impact is, and that's doing really well. And so I enjoy that. It's cool in FGO that different people focus on different units, and so you have different pros and cons. And if you look at my account, you look at my friend Kai the Gamer's account, you can really see the differences in our taste, right? And that's cool. So and it allows the game to be free to play, and that's nice. I mean, look at how much content you get out of Genshin Impact completely for free. You get all this exploration, all this story, blah 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 blah. So if you enjoy that stuff, a lot of free. That's literally the best value. So I don't think gacha is necessarily a mistake. I think gacha being overly greedy and being implemented like your EA or Activision, that's the mistake, and that definitely does happen. Although, I don't know, what do y'all think? I think gachas have gotten better. The early gachas from 10 years ago and shit were just awful. They were just, it was literally just JPEG stuff, and they didn't have safety nets, and they were really scummy, a lot of sunken cost fallacy, and they literally had no gameplay and everything. I think they've absolutely gotten better. And there are two, if you have a safety net, gachas just aren't like a casino at all if you have a safety net. But even if you don't, they're still not like a casino. And there's a big difference. It's still gambling, but it's still not like a casino. And the reason is, casinos don't give you free money. You don't, if you go to a casino every day, you don't get free blackjack games. You don't get free slot machine rolls. That's a big fucking difference. If you could free to play a casino, that'd be pretty OP, right? That'd be really OP, right? You don't get a free slot machine every day, right? Anything where in FGO, Genshin Impact, Epic 7, Arknights, Grand Blue Fantasy, whatever the fuck, you get the currency to roll without spending a penny. That's a huge fucking difference. That's a massive difference. Now, these still try to capitalize on people that have gambling addictions, and once they're out of free currency, they want you to start gambling, right? Of course, there is an aspect of that, but it's very different. But so some gachas I think are pretty scummy, but I don't think Genshin Impact. I really want y'all's feedback. People that actually play it. Some people don't play Genshin; they just hate Genshin because it's not FGO. But I don't care about that. I think Genshin is the fairest gacha model out there, and I just don't think it's scummy at all. I don't feel even remotely scummy playing Genshin Impact. I think it's super fair. It's no problem free to play. You can even spend a little bit of money on it, and it's not trying to bait you into spending more money. You could just do the subscription, the $5 a month thing, and you get great boom for your buck, and it's not trying to bait you into spending more. It doesn't do that at all. I really feel like Genshin has got a great business model, and I've never felt even remotely scummy playing it, at all. And if I ever spent money on the I've not once have I spent money on the gacha in Genshin. But if I ever did, I would do it because, I used my free currency, I didn't get the character I wanted, but now I'm closer to the safety net, and I would just look at, okay, how much money would it cost me to hit the safety net? Okay, it takes X amount of money, I think that's worth it, I'll do it. That's so different than spending money until you hope you get lucky. It's completely different, right? And the amount of money that is generally reasonable in Genshin. So I'm so glad Genshin is being so successful, because that's what I want to see. I want to see that compromise between players and developers. You find the happy medium that's fair but good for everyone. So I'm so glad Genshin has done so well. The only thing that's bad is Genshin has done super well, but a lot of it's on PC, so a lot of people don't realize it's doing so well. They think it was 15 minutes of fame, but it's Jesus Christ, Genshin is still making so much money, it just doesn't show up on the app revenue stuff as much. I mean, they're still on there, they're just not as high. Yep, same thing, Arjuna, 100%. And the thing is, I like FGO a lot, right? It has a lot of flaws, and I'm not blind to them, and I'll point them out. But the reason I play FGO, but I bitch about it, is because I care. I like FGO, right? But I'm not blind to its flaws, but I want it to be better. But I love the character designs, I like the voice acting, I like the music, I like the challenge quests, like the main story fights, so like some of the story. There's a lot to like in FGO, and that's why I put up with it. But I wish I didn't have to put up with it, right? Because I wish I would spend money on FGO. I don't spend any fucking money on FGO except for Edmund. I don't spend money on FGO, but I wish I did, right? I don't wish I spent a lot. I don't want it to be a hole in my pocket. But like FGO, it's like spend a lot or spend none. That's what FGO is. It's like either start gambling and just burn just spend hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars on FGO, or don't spend any. That's FGO. Where Genshin's like, yeah, you want to support the game, you like the game, you want to get a little bit more out of it, spend $5 a month. Wow, that's it. And the $5 a month thing is not like baiting you into spending more, right? I wish FGO was like that. Because I want FGO to do well. I want them to be successful. I want them to make money. I want them to hire more developers. I want them to put in more content. I want boss rush mode. I want story replay. I want better animation updates. I want a challenge tower. I want new game modes. I want co-op. I want this in FGO. I want them to do better and better and better. I want them to be making all the money. So I'd love to give them my money, right? If I had a way that I could give them money and not feel like a scumbag, and also not feel like I'm wasting loads of money, because dude, the few times I've spent money on games that don't have safety nets or whatever, it feels like shit. And maybe it's because I don't have a gambling addiction and I don't have that kind of brain, but I don't understand. Like I don't get it. Spending, like, I don't want to spend $300 for a unit in a video game. That would feel so bad. Even if I was a millionaire, that would feel terrible. I do not want to spend $1,000, $500, on a fucking unit in a video game. After the fact, you're gonna feel like shit. You're like, oh my god, I just spent so much money. That was so bad. I shouldn't do that, right? That's all it's gonna feel like, right? That doesn't feel good. Like, what the hell? And that doesn't make you want to spend money again. And only people like gambling addictions, is that gonna make them want to spend money again? That's gonna scare people off. What you want people to do is like, oh, you know what? I spent $70. This is a little pricey, but it was, I knew going into it I was gonna spend that money. I think, $60, $70 is, it's my favorite game. I haven't spent money on it ever before. Yeah, I'll spend $70 on it. Get this unit that's got, big tits or whatever. There we go, right? That doesn't feel bad. That doesn't feel bad. That's why safety nets are so important, because it gets people to be like, okay, I use my free currency. I made it halfway to the safety net. How much does it cost for the other half? Okay, I think that's worth it. And yeah, and I'll do that every once in a while. That's way better. So then you get way more people. Yes, $70 is a full price for a video game. But here's the thing. This is why I don't think it's a ripoff. Guess right now I haven't really spending, like, I don't spend money on FGO, right? But guess how much I have played FGO for 5 fucking years. I have spent ungodly amounts of time in this video game. And although there are times that I'm frustrated and I hate it, I've had so much fun in this game. I have gotten so much value out of this game, and I don't spend any fucking money on it. $70 for 5 years? Yes, please, right? The amount of, let's say Genshin hasn't been out as long. So far, I haven't really spent any money on that game. I do the $5 subscription thing, but I've never spent money on rolling in that game ever. But let's say I did, right? So Genshin's been out for what, 7 months? 8 months? So let's say I've done it once. And I've really enjoyed my time in Genshin, right? So let's say I bought a safety net in Genshin one time. I spent between, anywhere between 30 and like $80, right? Because it's going to depend on how close you are to it. So let's say I do that. And I did that one time in 8 months. I've already you don't normally spend $60, $70 and get 8 months out of a video game. And I've already gotten that out of Genshin. And so the next time I do that, it's probably going to be several months down the line, and that's totally reasonable. It's like, I remember people used to say it's insane back when MMOs were actually games, right? And were popular. Now, I'm a boomer, but back when like EverQuest, Lineage 2, World of Warcraft, right? Those old MMOs, right? When it was like the whole standard was $15 a month. People would be like, oh my god, I can't believe you're spending $15 a month on this one video game. And over a year, you're like, look how much you're spending in a year. It's like, you moron. Most people that played MMOs back then like that, they actually saved so much money. Most people that were like obsessed with EverQuest or whatever, or World of Warcraft or whatever, the amount of money they spent on video games per year was nothing. Because they barely would play other video games because they were so into EverQuest or whatever, right? And so in total, what they spent per year was the amount of boom for their buck. $15 to have a good experience every month. That's amazing value. And if you actually if you averaged out hitting a safety net through money on a mobile game or a Genshin or whatever, because let's be real, Genshin's a PC game. Anyway, so if you average out, if you're only doing it here and there, you're actually getting massive value out of it. And you look at the rate of new content those games add, like I said, Genshin is a really good proposition for money. It really is. FGO's not, because if you roll until you get, because here's the problem with FGO. If you let's say only a few times a year, in FGO you decide to roll. Let's say you roll for 3 characters a year through money. You pick 3 characters every year in FGO to roll on with money. You probably just spent a bullshit amount of money, right? Because God, you don't know how many rolls it's going to take. There's no safety net, right? If you could just keep going and going and going and going and like, you might spend thousands of fucking dollars for 3 characters a year in FGO. That's not good. Like, that's shit, right? Like, that is super shit, and that's why I don't spend fucking money in FGO. And it's like, it's obnoxious. It's like Whaler Get Out, right? It's stupid. What's crazy to me is I think it's this sunken cost fallacy, because I think do y'all think this? I'm serious. I think most people that are still playing FGO today or have a massive sunken cost fallacy, not just for money, just for their time invested. That's why you see so much pushback against any criticism. FGO is one of the worst communities I've ever seen to keep criticism. They act like children, right? They take it as a personal attack anytime someone mentions that like FGO could be better if it had a safety net or a challenge mode or a story replay, or it's absurd that we're 6 years in and a bunch of units have never been buffed. Anytime people mention this stuff, people act like they're being personally fucking attacked, which is insane. No, that is not rational behavior, right? If you like a video game, you should not be blind to its flaws, and you shouldn't even mind people pointing those flaws out. I am a massive fucking fan of Ninja Gaiden Black. I love that game to death, but I have watched people on YouTube criticize, it's got, camera issues, and, it's kind of got a fucked up difficulty spike, and things like that. I accept it. That's true. Fair criticism, right? It's not a perfect video game, right? And there are fair fucking criticisms out there, right? But the people for FGO that get defensive and try to they defend DW. They're like being DW's PR department. It's insane, right? Like there's no world where communities should push back against developers. 100%. I don't care how, like, the devs for Risk of Rain. There's a video game called Risk of Rain 2 out there. Awesome video game. I respect the developers a lot, and the community should give them so much fucking pushback, and they actually do, because that's how things work, right? The community should point out when things are done bad, when the math on like characters and items is wrong. The community needs to point that out and be like, something should be done here. But sometimes the developers need to push back against the community and fact check things, and also if the community is constantly pushing for better, community should be always advocating for themselves for better and better value for their money. Always. They should advocate for like $1 get a billion SQ. But the developers often have to push back to a degree and be like, okay, no, we go out of business, right? We got to have a middle ground here. Both sides should be pushing for what they need, and you find that happy medium. And I think that's what Genshin Impact is, and I think that's what Risk of Rain is, and I think that's how you do this shit, right? The fucking players should never be advocating for the goddamn developers. That's insanity, right? You should be advocating for your end of it, right? Now, sure, you should point out, the community should still point out unreasonable feedback or unreasonable, people like threatening the developers, like, oh my god, you implemented this character in a bad way, I'm going to now threaten your children's lives, right? Obviously, the community defends the developers, and at that point, right? Of course. But I hate seeing players act like the PR department for video game companies. The video game companies are supposed to do that. They're supposed to explain their decisions. They're supposed to defend their business model. And they're supposed to have good reasons for it, right? That's what's supposed to happen. It's not supposed to be, oh my god, the player base is asking for a safety net, how dare thee? That's insanity, right? I really think FGO has like a massive sunken cost fallacy where most of the people there, because I think a lot of it, because I've seen it. I've gotten a lot of people into FGO. And I've seen a lot of them quit because they're like, wow, this game is ridiculous. It has no safety net. You can't replay the story. The early game's boring as fuck. The stories are badly written because they don't ever make it to the better written stories. I've seen so many people get into FGO and say that. Guess what? That's all fair criticism. They're not insane. They're not being mean. They're being honest. And you don't see them on Reddit and stuff because they quit the fucking game. And if they ever, before they exit, they try to leave their 2 cents, they get downvoted into oblivion and you never see it. That's what fucking happens, and that's not good for a community. Those people that come into FGO and quit have good fucking points, and sometimes they're misguided, sometimes they're not miscontext, sure. But that kind of feedback is important. They might say the story sucks, and you might need some nuance. Be like, yeah, the story sucks in the early on, but the story does get better. But guess what? Those players are never going to make it that far. So those players saying the story sucks lets you know that your early stories need work, and that is good fucking feedback, right? But like, dude, I think it's a huge problem. I just see this so much with FGO. It's crazy to me. You see someone literally just mention, because I think there are things in FGO that are unacceptable. I like FGO, like the voice acting, character design, story bosses, challenge quests. So much credit goes to them for their good challenge quest design. But the fact that they only buffed units when it's thematic, that's absurd. The fact that like you got units like Geronimo 6 years in and Jekyll and Hyde, that's absurd. That's completely unacceptable. How the fuck is Jekyll and Hyde like he is right now, and 6 years in, and you just fucking buffed Ku? That's retarded. That is stupid fucking game design. Like there's no world that should be happening, and the community just accepts it now. They just accept it. It's like, no, please give me another. No, please buff X unit because they're thematic in an event instead of the units that actually need to be buffed. And don't buff units in like a quality of life manner. Only buff them when it's thematic. Like, what are you talking about? That's insanity, right? The fact that we're 6 years in and we don't have story replay, we don't have a safety net, Jekyll and Hyde is garbage, Geronimo's garbage, Benkei's garbage, Phantom's garbage. Like, this is just stupid, right? That's just stupid. Why did it take so long for them to buff Void Shiki? And she's still kind of meh. Why did it take that long? That doesn't make it, like, that should have taken a week. It should have taken a fucking week, but it takes them years. Right, even with Canis, I don't really think Canis needed a buff, but if they thought Canis needed a buff, why did it take them a year and a half? Why? And their reasons, because she hasn't earned it yet. What do you mean she hasn't earned it yet? That's so stupid. Like, they use the same logic of who gets a summer servant as to who gets buffed. Like, what kind of fucking game design is that? And yeah, it's just, the whole reason, this opinion that I'm spewing right now is really common in my community, but that's because, I have tracked that. If you start spewing this stuff on Reddit, the Reddit's Discord, almost any Discord, you're going to get so much pushback. You're going to get banned, you're going to get censored, you're going to get decried, you're going to see so much, defending FGO. That's all you're going to get. That's all you're going to fucking get, right? I will say, it's starting to change. I think as time goes on, it gets more and more obvious. But I think as time goes on, more and more people quit. And when people quit because they think it's outrageous, the state of the game, they just don't play anymore, and they don't talk about it anymore, and that's it. Right, and it's done, right? And so the only people that are left are the either people that are really dedicated or sunken cause fallacy, or people just like Fate a lot. And some people like Fate so much they will excuse DW no matter what they do. I see people that are literally FGO apologists, as you say, and they'll defend FGO no matter what they do, no matter what, just no matter what, and because they like Fate so much and they like identify with it and they feel like they're being personally attacked if you criticize FGO, and that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, right? I love Fate, but it's fiction. It's just fiction. You should not be personally, you should not put any personal worth or your personal value or any of that in a fucking fictional IP. Enjoy it and have fun with it. That's great. That's great. It's good to like things and get into things. And if you like, Dragon Ball Z or whatever the kids are into these days, right? That's fine, right? But you don't ever identify with it. Don't put your personal worth in what gacha game you play or what anime you like, right? That's immature, and that's detached from reality, right? You need some degree of objectivity. For example, it's not a good thing for, let's say someone criticizes your mother. Okay, let's say you like your mother a lot, and she has good aspects of her, but there are legitimate problems with her, right? And for whatever reason, I don't know why someone would be talking about your mother, but let's say someone criticizes your mother, but it's a fair criticism. It's a completely fair criticism. Your mother was being a dick and did something bad, right? And they give her pushback to it, right? Or they fired her from their job or whatever, right? But she deserved it. Now, it makes sense to have that emotional reaction, right? And to want to defend her or whatever because you like your mom. It's your mom, right? So although you're being irrational, it still makes sense. It's your mother, right? Of course you're going to be emotional about that. However, you should still be able to, if someone points it out, your friend or whatever, you should still strive to be objective. Be like, of course it's your mother and you love her and everything, but, she really did mess up here and she did not treat this person fairly or whatever. This was, you should aim for objectivity, even if you can't obtain it. It's like the goal worth striving for, even if you never grasp it. A video game is not your mother. At all, right? I can give people some leeway when they get emotional and are unobjective and are not, detached when it's about like personal matters. you know, their selves or their mom or their brother or their child. You know, I get it. You know, again, they should still strive to try to be objective and see when, you know what, my kid was being a dick and bullying that other kid. You know, I shouldn't defend them, right? Oh, I need to have them learn from this, right? You know, it's better to be that way, but you get why people are emotionally attached to those things, because they're actually important and they're actually an emotional part of their life. You should never have emotional attachments to a movie, a video game, a book, a store, a brand, you know, fucking Starbucks. You know, these are not things to be emotionally invested in, right? Like, it's, well, I guess you can be emotionally invested in a story to an extent, just like that's kind of the point of a story, but that's fantasy. And you, after the fact, you should be like, okay, yeah, and still you can criticize it because, you know, it's just a story, for God's sakes, right? But I see that a lot, especially for young people. I see young people getting like emotionally invested in goddamn, you know, Starbucks. And then when someone criticizes Starbucks, like, oh, their prices are too high or their coffee's not that good or whatever, they get like offended. It's like, what the fuck? It's such a thing these days. I don't really get it, but that's definitely a thing. Okay, let's for once and for all, let's shut up and pay attention. Does the dragon go before Siegfried? I suspect that he does, but I hope that he doesn't. I'm gonna play as though he doesn't, just because I want to know. Because if I kill him, I won't ever know. I think it goes both ways. I think there's a lot of people on the internet that are overly asshole-ish and are overly insensitive, if you will. You know, it was like that artist. There was that FGO artist that drew what's her name? Purple Vodka. I don't remember her name. What the fuck? Parvati! I got it. I'm sure someone will say it in chat now, but I got it. Okay, dragon attacks first. Well, good to know. And anyway, and people literally were like personally attacking that person and saying they were glad their father was dead and all kinds of, like, you know, that's too far. You know, that's way too far. You know, that's a problem. That's a big fucking problem. So a lot of people on the internet are really are dipshits and are being pieces of crap, right? And you can understand why someone's going to have a hard time. Because you can always say, oh, it's the internet, those guys are assholes, they don't represent the majority of people, don't let them get to you, that, you know, those kind of people always exist, you couldn't hear them before because you didn't have Twitter. You can say those things, and those are all true, but you can understand why, like, that artist might, you know, delete Twitter and you know, need, you know, and take it, you know, hard, because they're in an emotional wreck because you know, their father's dead, right? Like, hello, right? You know, so you can understand why sometimes people, it makes sense for them to be, you know, emotional like that. And to be, you know, sensitive like that. And sometimes people on the internet are completely bullshit, right? But there's also the flip side where people, you know, they're, like I said, are overly invested in like, you know, products, and they can't take criticism. And sometimes people put themselves out there in a public space and then get mad that the public space says something that they don't like, right? Like, you know, they want the public space to be, or they want the forum they use to be catered to them and only them, right? Like that kind of shit. That stuff's, you know, that's dog shit, right? And I see that on my Discord all the time where people, like, want me to start moderating my Discord to be like to their taste instead of in like a universally fair one, right? And I see it all the time, and it's just like that's just not going to happen. Okay, well, we really did not get value out of Hans because we didn't kill the one dragon, but we'll keep trucking and see what happens here. I think I do this. Now, this is nice that we pretty much already have Phantom's thing. I just wish we had our Buster card. This stream's been terrible. It was so much good gameplay to mess about with, and I'm just talking all this other bullshit. I seriously gotta shut the fuck up. I should talk about this stuff when there's nothing going on in FGO. We have so much content to get through. We should be soloing Kath and Skoo with chat's units right now and shit like that. I gotta shut my pie hole here. Like, get to it, Green Man. Let's go. Rants are great and everything, but seriously, I want to do some gameplay, man. I haven't accomplished anything this stream. Kath. I think I said Scath, but I might have said Kath, which, you know, I have a friend that goes by Kath on the internet, so, you know, clearly he's in the video game and he's working with Ku for some reason. What happened? Did I NP? I zoned out. Why are the mobs dead? What did I do here? Let's see, because he could quick charge then. I can charm him and then he can't quick charge. I'd like to save that though if I can. I think I mash in P. Because he might not quick charge, and if he does, I might be able to survive with just all the defense up nonsense. So my ideal world, and if I was better at multitasking, and I'm actually going to really start working on this, I need to do this. If we have story replay, it'll be good. I'm actually really bad at this, because F-Go... Let me back up. I need to get good at being able to rant and articulate complex and nuanced things while also actively doing stuff in the game. I don't have a lot of practice with that because F-Go doesn't let you... We don't get interesting content often. So I don't get to practice, right? It's normally one or the other, right? So yeah, story replay would be a good way for me to be trying to do interesting things and make certain setups work and test units in solo and still articulate. It's hard though because your brain is not good at multitasking and it's hard to think about what's meta, especially when you're doing easy setups that are OP and shit. It's not so bad, but when you're using like minimalist stuff, you gotta be careful. You gotta make sure you're doing shit right, and it's easy to fuck up. And so it's difficult to continuously play and then talk about nuanced, issues or whatever. So it's something I do want to practice. There are some things I've gotten better at as I've streamed. Like I used to not be able to play like at all. If I tried to play Dark Souls by talking, I would just play so bad. I could not. That'll always be a thing. There's no world. No one is going to be able to stream and say things and talk and be as good in the game as they normally would. It's just not possible. And a lot of people in chat don't understand that because they've never streamed. But seriously, if you stream and are actively talking, your ability to play the game is going to go down. Now, as I've done it, I've definitely gotten better, right? I can play to some extent and talk to some extent. But yeah, there's more things I need to practice on. There's a lot of stuff. It's kind of fun, though, to try to get better at it. There's some things, though, I have a real phobia of listening to myself, and a lot of people do. It's really uncomfortable to listen to yourself, because you notice every flaw ever, and you'll start hating yourself. So I don't listen to myself very often, but I need to listen to myself. I need to get over it and listen to myself, because you need to notice when you say too much, or when you talk too fast, and stuff like that. And I'm not a professional speaker, right? I'm not. I don't have like that professional level, like articulation and like pacing with my voice, and it's something I should work on, because I'd like to be better at that stuff, right? I'd like to not say as much, and I'd like to not talk too fast. Although talking too fast is something I've struggled with my entire life, and I'm actually way better at it now than I was when I was young. But it's still an issue, right? It's something I want to get better at. But unfortunately, the thing that you have to do to get better at that kind of stuff is generally listening to yourself and like practicing and that kind of stuff. And it feels awkward practicing, especially with Tusk around because he's a jackass. So, practicing is difficult, and then I hate listening to myself so much. So yeah, it's something I do want to work on, though. Yeah, it can be painful to hear your own voice. I don't really mind. I don't mind what my voice sounds like. It is awkward because it's not what you're used to, because when you hear your voice inside your head, like the way your skull makes it change, it just sounds really different. But that's not the big issue for me. It's mostly just hearing the flaws and hearing me talk too fast or too loud or whatever. That stuff gets me. But it's something I need to. I gotta just suck it up and work on. What I really need to do though is I need to soundproof my fucking room. I have really high ceilings and there's a lot of echo and it just sounds terrible. There's like reverb. It's weird. Some people say they don't hear any reverb. I don't know what you all talking about, because anytime I listen to my stream, I hear so much fucking reverb. And it's not my mic. My mic is fine, and I've got decent sound compression settings and stuff. It's just my room is got massive high ceilings, and it's super echoey, and there's lots of reverb. So if I would just put a few like soundproof pads in my room, like behind me, to my side, and like above me and stuff, it would cut down on that a lot. And that would, because that's when I listen to myself, I can't stand the reverb. I'm like, oh my god. But I've just been kind of gun shy about soundproofing my room because I'm worried if I only buy a bit, it won't be enough to help it, and then I'm wasting money. But I shouldn't see it that way. I should just buy it, figure out how to put it up properly, make sure I don't ruin my walls, right? I want to just hammer and nail it. I don't even know how you put soundproof stuff up, so I got to look into that, right? But so I need to figure that out, because I think my mic would sound so much better if I would just soundproof the room a little bit. we're used to the reverb. Yeah, that happens. It will probably sound weird, but in the long run, to like have the stream do well and for me to not hate listening to myself, I've got to get rid of the reverb, right? It's got to happen. And reverb is also terrible when you raise your voice. That's a big part of the problem. If I keep my voice down and just talk, it's not an issue, but reverb will sound terrible if you raise your voice, and so it's a real problem. And because I do raise my voice, and that's never changing, I don't even want that to change. I gotta do something about that. Okay, we have evade. We're good to go here. I could invulnerability Phantom and NP right now, but that's not worth it. Let's get NP on Mash, because what else am I going to do this turn? People always say, though, my old mic, which was a game, just like a headset, right? Everyone misses that one, and now I've got a proper mic with like sound compression and everything. Although I could get a better mic still. I've got like a medium tier mic. I've got the medium tier mic set up really well, but it's still a medium tier mic. So I'm at the point where I probably should get a proper mic and, you know, figure out how to set it up properly and improve that kind of thing. So when people jump in my because you all are used to it, but new people are not used to my hell sound. That is true. That would be a problem. If I soundproof the room, I would not be able to yell when I'm in like the kitchen and you all be able to hear it, and that would be sad. Because that's a really good way to no joke, it's not just a meme. First of all, that's a really fun thing to do, and it's also just when you're frustrated, it's a good way to vent. But it's also a good way for when I'm having to do things in real life to keep the stream entertained, even just a little bit, right? Just to feed them some breadcrumbs while you're away, right? Like that, it's good, right? I actually like that. But yeah, we might. I don't know. It would depend. We might not lose that because you still have reverb in those other rooms, and I'm not gonna like. This room is too large. I would not be able to soundproof it 100%. That would cost so much money. Like if I wanted to completely soundproof this room, that would be so goddamn expensive. And I'm not made out of money, and we're not the biggest stream here, and I don't think it's necessary. I just do not think it's necessary to completely soundproof the room. I just need to like tone down the reverb a bit, and I think we'll be fine. And that might keep the yelling off stream in there. Man, he really likes the quick charge. When you kill those ads, that's kind of an issue. Okay. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. Mash NP gain is really important, but so is Phantom. Okay, we'll do this. The biggest thing I would say is I just need to work on my presentation, right? I need to cut out ums. I need to try to just be better at speaking. I need to learn some basic speaking stuff. Because I'm not trying to be hard on myself. I'm not like, oh my god, I hate myself. Nothing like that at all. It's just I'm a streamer now, right? I'm an entertainer, and a part of being a good entertainer is get good at the speaking. So I have a brother that I don't know what's wrong with me. My brother he's lived quite the life. He's done a lot of stuff. He's very busy man, and he's done a lot of things in his life. He's worked in history a lot. He's worked for museums, but he's also on the side done a lot of acting and presentation stuff, and he has a lot of connections in like the city we live in. So he's all over the place. So he's actually very experienced though at talking and public speaking and acting and all kinds of stuff and teaching. He's very versed in these things. I have no idea why at no point I've ever been like, yo bro, give me some help here, right? My job's being an entertainer, give me some of the speaking help. I don't know why this has never crossed my mind. I could not. I'm on good terms with that brother. We talk all the time. So it's never crossed my mind to ask him for advice in this area, which is really weird. I'll probably do that next time I see him actually, so. Bronako, indeed. What am I going to do here? He could quick charge and ruin everything. So I want to do this. I guess we just mash NP and hope he doesn't. I'm just worried Mash will die. I feel like I've really been wasting Mash's skill. We've had all these turns go by and I've never used her invulnerability. I could have her give the invulnerability to Phantom, and then he gets the NP charge as well. But then she will definitely die. Because Phantom has more defense up and damage cut than Mash does, and so if he gets Mash's NP, he might be able to face tank it. But he only has 6,700 health. Also, Phantom is more important than Mash. David has Skill Seal. That's true, and I normally don't want to do that, but this is a good time for it. That is backseating, by the way, but it's actually good advice. So I'll give you this. Normally when people backseat, they give terrible fucking advice, and I want to slap the shit out of them. And also they rob me of the achievement of figuring shit out for myself, so you know, not a fan of that. But at least what you actually said was accurate. And also, I think, I'm not sure, but I want to say, just like Hercules, he might have a passive where he gets more magic resist, where he normally doesn't have any. But David at 300% overcharge has well over 100% chance to apply Skill Seal, so it's going to land no matter what. Thank you for the 5 bits, man. You should try winning. I would have never thought of that. I can overcharge. Here, it's actually good to David NP completely regardless, just because it overcharges Mash, and that makes us more likely, or more defense up, so we won't get fucked up so bad. I actually wish David was dead and we had Hans now. The way the team is with Mash, having Hans would be super helpful because of the heal. I never thought I'd hear Mash is less important than Phantom. Yeah, this is a rare context. If we had another damage unit in the back, though, that had armor ignore, like Spartacus, that wouldn't be so, then Mash would be more important. Because that's really what's getting us, is the chip damage. Wait, I thought... did I can't? What did I do? I thought I was gonna have David's thing here. Okay, we gotta think. So we must save Phantom, no matter what. So I think we save David, not Mash. I think Mash is kind of low on gas, so it makes more sense. But David could face tank because he's an archer. Man, I should have saved this then. I'll save Mash. Mash, I wish you had a goddamn art card so I could use your third skill and get your NP again. That'd be incredible. We do have Charm coming up, so that's something. Okay, that wasn't too bad. So David will have his second skill for the next NP, so that means I can charm whenever I want, really. So probably just right now. Although, we have one more turn of this. So I think we wait one turn, then we do it. But then Mash will have her first skill. Well, I can just hold it, though. Yeah, I think we wait one turn. I wonder how much damage Phantom has done with his 1000 command code. Also, do I heal Mash? Alright, I'm going to charm right now, and that will stop him from quick charging. And that means I can cast Evade one turn early. That is super good. It's just he's going so slow because he sucks. It's hard to buy him enough time, because I gotta say, we're buying him a lot of time. Right, we really are. If we were using Okita, Emiya, Fujino, anyone that is a reasonable damage dealer with armor ignore, they would have absolutely won by now. Like, no problem. Kentoki, right? The list goes on, where Oh boy, are we not, do I do defense up? Yeah, I think we do defense up, because he can attack after his NP, and people could die horribly. Let's do that. I bet you someone has beat this with Elizabeth. That'd be really hard though, but she's a Lancer. I actually wouldn't hate having a Grailed Phantom of the Opera. I would just be constantly... If they gave Phantom of the Opera a really good animation update and they buffed him, I might Grail him anyway. I like Phantom of the Opera. Like, it's just that he sucks, and his animations are bad, and all that. That's the whole issue here. I don't see how we're keeping Phantom alive on the next NP. Mash can have her invulnerability, so we must keep Mash alive. Wait. Oh god, I have to get... Oh no. He's gonna quick charge and get it before Mash has it. I've got to skill seal him somehow. But I haven't been getting David NP gain. Uh-oh. The other option is to get Mash's NP twice. Oh boy. So I want to use the heal on Phantom, but I also want to get his NP. Let's do that. I actually kind of think I should give dots to Phantom. Actually, I should give dots to David, but I feel like that's cheating. But if David was applying dots over this time, that would really help. Okay, he's probably going to quick charge once if I like it or not, so using Mash's NP now will encompass the next NP, so we do that. Oh, this is why David doesn't have his NP. I could Arc Chain with David, and that's good. But look, Phantom's got his NP, and we've got the flat damage, so I kind of got to do that. Oh my god, so many turns have gone by. Chat, does this have to be a video? Oh my god. If I find a way to do a complete budget team, because this is a complete budget team, and for God's sakes, I'm only using craft essences that existed when this event first came out. You know, that's good shit, right? That's good shit, but this is such a painful ass setup. I would like it so much more if I could just sneak in, like, you know, Spartacus, just you know, little extra oomph, little more pep in your step, you know. Like 2 more NPs and we win. Oh god. Suggesting it wouldn't be a video. Oh boy. Mash, why couldn't you have an art card? If I could use your 3rd skill, you need your NP like right now. Mash, please. Help. We have Guts. What's my final unit? Please tell me it's like George with his Bond CE. Oh my god, I already, no, it's not that. I went out of my way not to use George's Bond CE. I remember having that thought. What if he quick charges? Okay, here's the plan. Because he hasn't quick charged this whole time, because he is a merciful Dragon Slayer, and we're not dragons, you see, it makes sense. I'm going to invulnerability right now, and if he quick charges, we live. On Phantom, Mash is fucking dead, but he lives. And if he doesn't quick charge, David's 2nd skill is back, and then we're good. Now I don't think I can charm on the next one, but that won't get me this one back. So this is probably the last NP I can survive. So we gotta get this ball rolling. Shame that I couldn't use that on Mash, because I could now use her 3rd skill and do her art card and get her NP, but if she taunts without her skill now, she will die. So, kinda rip that. We're so close. I'm not even reading chat right now, because I'm too concentrated, and the backseating is irrelevant anyway. Although on principle, stop backseating if someone's backseating. Do I charm now? Yes, I think I charm now, because I don't think I would live to the next one anyway. It can make his next NP take 1 longer turn to like get off, but it's fine to use it now. Because we're gonna try to win before the next NP.
倒れません。了解。押し切ります。
Maybe I should have just done the Brave Chain on Phantom, but I'm trying to find a happy medium. Oh, Phantom. Oh, Phantom, why couldn't you have your NP right now? Well, no, the attack up, what am I saying? The attack up on MASH lasts 3 turns. It'll be fine. And then David's comes back. Okay, if we do, we might have it. We might fucking have it, chat. We just gotta use this Buster card. And we're super safe here because we heal, we have a million defense ups, we have evade. I think he's got it. And this was a super budget setup. I actually think the setup is somewhat reliable. Those issues earlier were a mixture of bad luck and me not paying attention because I was ranting. This was good. Yeah, this will probably be a video. I would like to twink it though to be a little bit faster. I feel like the way to make it faster that's fair is just adding dots to... I don't know. Here's the thing. What makes this setup interesting is how you get that long-term value. I'm really having to juggle my abilities here in a pretty fucked up way. Like, really, I'm really having to balance the skill seal, the charm, the invulnerability, the mystic code, the David skill. Like, I'm really having to juggle that stuff, and that what makes the setup actually fun and interesting to play. But it's also long as balls. It's long as balls, where if I added, like, dot command codes to MASH and David, it would speed it up a lot. But it wouldn't be as interesting, and also I guess it's less authentic. And like it's kind of like Phantom being the only thing that's not authentic. Cause I'm showing off his buff and whatnot, although it's not actually helping that much. But you know what I mean, right? It's like it's kind of fun where Phantom is the thing that's like from the future and everything else is shit, right? Or if you give command codes to things that aren't Phantom, then that's from the future too. In Phantom we trust. I haven't made a Phantom video in a while, so I'm kind of excited. I might just do it without the dot command codes, but you could win a whole NP sooner, if not a little bit more than that with dot command codes. They really would add up here. I don't think I win this turn, but I think I win on the next Buster card that I get, and I should be able to get that in time. Because we have double attack up here. So this should do like, you know, 6-7k. Okay, 6.4. Fuck, that's... Oh, fuck. I'd have to Buster card him 4 times. Oh no, I need another NP. Holy crap, Phantom got... Look at all that NP Phantom got. And then Phantom doesn't get any art cards. Oh man, we're on the clock now, boys. Please tell me the final unit has Divinity. Oh my god, please tell me the final unit has Divinity. Why didn't I give Phantom... Or someone covering fire? Didn't that exist back then? Who do I... Okay, matches on 3-turn cooldown, so I give it to Phantom. Even though he's got the guts still. Oh wait, this is coming back pretty soon. Just don't quick charge forehead. Okay, there's the Buster card. That's a start. We can skill seal next turn, that's good. The battle is on. Oh no, he fucking quick charged. He absolutely yeeted MASH there. Oh! Oh, that was good. Oh, pass screen, you good. Oh, that keeps Phantom in this for ages. Oh no, we're fine. Fuma, oh man, there we go. Look at that hat, man. That's someone you can trust right there. Wow, this is easy now, and no problem, because I can skill seal, get this evade back, we get all this shit from Fuma, you know, we super good. And look, we even get this nice attack down, crit down, so Phantom's not going to get sniped and just die out of nowhere. And yeah, I can, dude, Fuma gives, we could get another NP off, like absolutely, if Fuma gives us really nice value here, because Fuma's not dying anytime soon because of his CE, and again, the attack down, crit down. He even gives us defense down for our next NP. Yeah, this is good. We're super safe now. What I really like about this is we could go another NP. I really like that. Could you hit Phantom though? No. Okay, it's gonna take this is gonna take a second here to get our NP. How, you know? Okay, if this was gonna go on longer, I might not save David. But because this isn't gonna go on longer, I might as well save David. He might be able to face tank this, but I'm like, we so obviously win that we might as well save the Shepherd. Look at that 1,800 health. Considering it looks like this boss has a 90% damage resist and the armor, I think Orion would have a hard time. However, I just remembered this boss only has 50k health. Never mind. He would be fine. Orion would be totally fine. And you could even use the CE to give him armor ignore, and then he's super, super fine. The only reason this was hard is because Phantom sucks. I'm just saying. So, just a BM. Feels good, man. Feels good, man. Oh yeah, you're right. The Cainith CD has the flat damage up. Pretty sure Ku, because his divinity and covering fire and all that, and you gave him dot command codes, could probably have won in about the same time. And in a solo, actually probably faster. I actually think because of command codes, I think Ku can solo this now, like straight up. Okay, that's enough of that for now, though. We should do, you know, Scath, Herc, you know, Gil, you know, these kinds of things. I kind of want to do Mev on the newbie account, though, just because I don't remember that one too well, and that one's kind of fun to... It is soloable, of course, and there's plenty of ways to trivialize it, but that could be kind of fun on that account, I feel like. Maybe we do it over here real quick just to grab the stuff. The Mev one I find more fun in a team, though, just because of the trash mobs. I just think it's more fun in a team. You absolutely can solo it, and there's plenty of units that can do it, but I just enjoy that one more in team play. Well, let me do the Gasha and the Gasha real quick. So you might say, why have you only done 8 lotteries? And that's because I'm playing a billion accounts. I've actually done a lot of lotteries now between all my accounts, but they're not focused. But I should probably focus on this account a bit, because I do really want to grab these hero proofs and everything else, so I should probably get a nice chunk done. But I don't like blowing too many apples, right? You know, I like my apples, so... I don't know how many I actually want to do on my main. Just grab those real quick, because those are nice. Nero, could you just stop talking and then just don't talk anymore? You know, that'd be great. 133 void dust, and that's basically nothing. Thank you for the 100 bits. I'm gonna say Cobb. I'm gonna go with the ending part because I'm a coward. And I'm good today. What do we want to do? Oh yeah, fuck! I've completely... We skipped Hassan! It's presence concealment. I didn't see him. Excuse me. This is definitely one I really like doing in team play. It's Geronimo time, boys. This one's fun. We'll summon Hans again here. Let me jump on the ult so we can do that. Dude, it's presence concealment A+, man. That's pretty stealthy. It's easy not to see the man. You know, King Hassan only has A, so... You know, Curse Arm's even better. How do you... Chat, you know, all the, like... high and mighty stuff King Hassan says to the Hassans in the Camelot Singularity. Can you all... Dude, I literally want this. Can you imagine, you know, Gramps acting all stoic and you know, King Hassan stuff, right? And you know, talking to the regular Hassans. Can you imagine at some point when King Hassan is kind of acting like judgmental or acting like he's coming from a place of authority, if Kursan was just like, bitch, I have higher presence concealment than you. And he's right? He's objectively right about that. Curse Arm is better at stealth than Gramps is in every way. He has learned it better than Gramps has. That would just be so amazing if you know, Curse Arm was completely unafraid. Is just like, you know, bitch, shut up, I have better stealth than you. I would just love to see, you know, what Gramps would say, right? Because that's not the kind of thing people would generally say to him. Child. Okay, let's look at that. Okay, chat, what do we want? Do we want regular Geronimo, or do we want premium Geronimo? I feel like chat wants premium Geronimo. I was gonna just use level 70 Geronimo, you know, total normie stuff. But Max, if possible, if you're here, and I do not expect you to be able to do this because this is your ult account, but if you could give Geronimo a debuff clear command code, that would be great. Because I don't even remember what they are, but I remember there's a lot of debuffs here, and we might as well have Geronimo be as good as he can be. Although I guess you could buy it with Mana Prisms now, can't you? So I guess everyone has the debuff clear command code. I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, if you could do that real quick, that would be great. I'm gonna go and set the team up though, because generally command codes update on their own. I cannot, what the fuck was this team? Okay, anyway, let's see. So we need, thank God they haven't fixed Medea yet, because if she one-shots these Hassans, the insta-death actually goes off. It's very silly. That is not Medea. That is a murder hobo. There we go. Hans is good. Really, the one you should use is Castraku. That's his name. I couldn't remember his fucking name. Castraku really is the DPS to use here, especially with command codes, because command codes, you can take care of some of the healing with those now. And Castraku has debuff clear, battery, he hits harder, massive survivability. Like, he's really good for this. Geronimo is still really good, though, because he has heal for the team and debuff resist for the team. And that extra bit of healing combined with Hans will keep your units in this pretty good. Now, where is Hans? What is happening? There we go. Babbage is good here, too. Let's go... I don't know the order. Oh, Asclepius. Holy shit. I kind of want to not use him just because... Holy crap. Is he good for this one? But he didn't exist back then, and it's almost too much, right? It's like, you want the challenge quest to still be challenging. I don't know if we want to unleash the snake here. That's kind of unfair to the baddies, I feel like. Because he's got guts, debuff clear, debuff resist, healing, like everything you want from your support. Like, Hans is great, but this is a situation where Asclepius is better than Hans, like, no question. Especially with Geronimo, because of the extra healing on Geronimo, so you don't really need the extra stuff on Hans. Maybe we put him in the back so Hans has to do the work, but then he can bail us out. But that's like, that's a safety net. And we all know FGO doesn't have safety nets, so... I would say Geronimo number 2, but that's kind of a killjoy. This makes no sense, but I'm doing it. Okay, you do not want to give... Oh, can we... I guess the damage CE, yeah. I don't think we actually need it, but we might as well. Geronimo's the star, and you always give it to the star, so yeah, give him the damage CE. Let's not give anyone else the damage CE then, though. I think that's fine. Our other damage dealers will have to do it the hard way. Aerial drive absolutely did not exist back then. Very hard to remember what did. What would I give him? I don't know. I mean, it was prevalent back in the day. Just not prevalent anymore because DW is jackasses. That's so scuffed. But we're pretending we're an old school scuffed account. There we go. Did I turn 3 stars off or something? No? Oh, there it is. Actually, I don't hate this. Gives her some art up. I'm just trying to remember. I don't want her to do too much damage. That's the thing. Either that or Formal Craft. I feel like she's not going to need the defense up, so we'll do Formal Craft. Now, obviously, not everyone would have Formal Craft back in the day, but it too was much easier to get back then. And, do I have a non-limit broken one? Because one, I'm afraid of the extra damage, and two, I feel like that's a pretty normal thing to have back then. I'm sure I have another Formal Craft, it's just, I probably didn't level it. Alright, fuck it, we're gonna be dangerous and see if... I'm just afraid our Rule Breaker is gonna do too much damage here. I guess Atlas? Is that too much debuff clear? Medea's third skill is only rank 5. Hold on, I need a backup anyway to summon Max's other CE. I really do need to just get Medea to 10, 10, 10. No wonder that I haven't, though. I'm just gonna leave it at that for now. She's worth a lore. We'll get some lores from this event. You know what? Fuck it. We'll at least do that one. I'll get caster gems from the lottery. I've been wanting Medea to be 10, 10, 10, and it's always frustrating when she's not, so... I'm ready for her buff, guys. Guys, she's getting buffed in Anniversary 6, right? So I'm ready, right? So you got the Knights 10, 10, 10, you know? Level 70? Good to go. They're gonna buff Baldy, they're gonna buff Medea, they're gonna buff Jekyll and Hyde. Obviously they would do that because those are some of the worst, you know, or the most need of buffs, right? And clearly that's what a good developer would do. So we're all set. They always buff a few low stars on Anniversary. They've never not done that, so someone's gonna get it. But that's why I was so frustrated when they buffed Ku. Like, as I was talking about, like, Ku is already so good before he got buffed. And then he got buffed a second time before they buffed Jekyll and Hyde, Baldy, Dyrmid, Taiga. It's just like, it just doesn't make sense. And they're still waiting. These still haven't been buffed. Okay, Medea. Don't one-shot Curse Arm. It's very important. I'm a little worried. I may want to get rid of that that CE, that 25% damage. Actually, it's 30 because it's MLB. That might be too much. Oh no. She doesn't remove the insta-death thing because he's already dead, which doesn't make any sense, but that's what it is. This is why Asclepius is good, because you could resist the debuff. By the way, you could use a command code to clear it before it goes off. You would NP and then use a Medea card that has the debuff clear command code, and you'll remove the insta-death, and you'll live. But I'm not gonna do that just because it didn't exist back then. That is so cool though if you do shit like that. Like, that's super fun. Yeah, there's a lot of weird ways. I mean, it doesn't show a protected icon, but back in the day, they didn't always give them protected icons. Cause, GW. Okay, I know what I want. It is so rare to find a context for this CE. It's normally good when the enemy has a high hit count, but it's because 30% NP gain, you get 30% from Formal Craft. So why not get the art up too? Well, in this case, it's because we're doing too much damage, so... Galatea can't remove it? I wonder if it's a hidden protected one. I wonder though if debuff immunity would stop it then, and it wouldn't land on you. Because you could still do that with Asclepius. Ryder Martha is still fine for like just an initial push, but in the long run, because they're assassins, she's gonna have a hard time. But yeah, she can just skill and click and remove this, and good to go. What's our turn order? How about this music though? Pretty sure Cairo sent me this song. Whew, that was close. That's the thing is, Formal Craft would be good from now on. I think all the other Hassans have more health, and it's not bad then to do a bit more damage. So if you had another way to deal with that one, you'd be fine. $47K. Man, I really want Geronimo to get... Like, I like Geronimo a lot. Like, I like him a lot. I like his voice actor, I like his background. I was well aware of who Geronimo was when I was a kid and everything. And I just like how his magic is a one-of-a-kind in the Nasu-verse, like the shamanism stuff. Basically, the Native Americans are just... They use magic like no one else, because they weren't connected to the rest of society and everything. It's awesome, right? And I really like his voice actor and everything. So if he could get an animation update and a buff, oh man, I'd be super down for that. And I got my newbie account that's got him grailed, and I'll grail him more, like, happily. Why is Hans getting no NP gain? Like, damn. Okay, it's NP time. Maybe I should use Medea's just to spread out the art chain. I really want Hans to get his though, but nah, spreading it out makes sense. Shen is out tomorrow. That's so hype. I love how that's what everyone's excited about though, is Shen Gong. That bronze. I have over 1 million FP saved up on NA, and I don't even play NA very much. So, and I've been saving it for Shen Gong and Jason and all that. Yeah, I'm sure some people out there are pretty... Yeah, see, look, 83K. See, now it's fine to have the extra pep on our step, if you will. I should have used Geronimo's art up to get more refund. It wouldn't have been that much, but something is something. That's a sentence. Watch this devastating quick card. So powerful. Only from someone like Geronimo with his quick up could you see that kind of performance. I spent hours refreshing for the level 1 Georges on my friends list. Now I can just Shen Gong yeet. Yeah, it does help. I have no problems getting Georges on JP, but I do have problems getting Georges on NA. By the way, Lost, if you ever need one, just DM me on Discord and I'll log in. I'm not a prick here. That's a lie. I actually am a prick, but let's see. I'd like to kill this Hassan right now. Man, why? Oh, you get the debuffs from killing them, I think, or something. That's why Geronimo has so many debuffs. It would really help if I had remembered how this fight worked, but what are you gonna do? More healing from Hans versus more refund on Medea, and Medea having the attack up. I'll take the attack up. Wait, that's only 80%, which means it's a lie. Come on, Hans, do the impossible. Oh, thank God. I would like the defense up too, but I'm happy with just the attack up. 400 phase, feels bad. Getting bullied. Crap. Not quite as much damage there as I thought. Okay, can you all stop murdering Medea, please? Thankfully, she's got that. I almost want to use his third skill on himself, but I'll wait a second here. Medea at 63% already. That bat sound. Okay, we'll do Ard up for the NP regain. I actually don't need Hans' skill yet because I don't need any of the stats. We're going to heal right now anyway, and Geronimo's going to heal us, so it just doesn't matter. I hope Geronimo gives himself the debuff resist before damage and not after, but I do not know. Because if he does it before, we have a better chance of not getting debuffed from our kills. Or I could kill that guy before I even NP'd. And that means I won't get as much refund back because I'm only hitting 2 targets. I shouldn't have even NP'd there then. I could have just normal card. I should remember that. On turns that Geronimo has good normal card options, don't NP, just save it. Oh, double guard. Medea can clear in 1 turn. Just crit. We'll go for the big one, actually. Get him. Hans? That... Okay, yeah, we just overkilled so hard because of that. This debuff resist is really coming in handy, though. I don't have that many debuffs. I might wait 1 turn. Nah, sooner I use it, sooner it comes back. I get my art performance up. Probably Hans NP next turn. Frickin' art down though. Actually, I don't need a Hans NP. Like, their damage output is just kind of sad, and Medea with her max second skill is just... My god, like the sustain. Do I save Medea? No, Medea can NP and then just use her first skill if a boss shows up. I could have switched those cards around. Medea, I don't need Geronimo's big boy damage on the 3k enemy. 35k though. Oh boy. Remove 1 debuff, gain 2. Oof. I think I NP now just for the debuff resistance. Man, Medea has no problems getting her NP though. What are y'all talking about, Djinn? What's the theory craft here? Look at that green! Look at that! Look at that overcharge debuff resist, and we got both debuffs anyway. Okay, can we get a guard? Okay, game. How much does it give? Let me. And does he have? He probably doesn't have magic resist. It's something that you want to have combined with other things. You want like Bedivir's debuff resist, and you know, magic resist. Yeah, Geronimo himself does not have magic resist, but he could be working with someone that does. He gives 30% at overcharge, so that's pretty unlucky. With 30% debuff resistance, and those are calculated separately, and we just got a billion. That was unlucky as fuck. That was pretty unlucky. But if we had another source of it, it would really help. Because it doesn't calculate the 2 debuffs as one. It does them separately, and seriously, we didn't. I mean, come on. what the hell, man? I could wait a turn in Serenity. It's not too bad. We have so many defense downs on Geronimo, though. He can get a bit chunked. He's got a defense up, that helps, and he's got guts, and he's at 12k. Djinn, I now get what you were saying, and that's funny. Oh my god. Anyway, let's see. Can we just have Max Spells Demon? For God's sakes. Two turns for Medea. I think we'd go with the bigger heal. No, that's for cowards. We get that bigger refund on Medea. You know what though? We're gonna do Geronimo's Buster card. I probably should have done his Buster up. Imagine Fenrir being used in Fate twice and dying off-screen both times. Surely they wouldn't do that, chat, right? Oh wait, no, they already did. 82k. Fenrir is the equal of Odin. For God's sakes. Like, what the hell, man? They just didn't give a crap. I think the debuffs just wore off. NP gain. Wait, am I even gonna use... fuck, I'm not gonna use this quick card here. Shit. There's so many fireworks going off right now, and it's not even July 4th. Why are people like this? Dude, people were shooting fireworks when it was still light outside earlier today. I don't know why the song just reset there, but I don't know what to do this turn. This guy needs to die. I think we'll get our NP here. Dude, imagine if I did the Buster up and the crit up. I could have done Hans's crit up. My god. Fans out for blood. It's also debuffed to hell. Ooh, ooh! That Hassan just triple attacked. I'll debuff Claire next turn because he's gonna get a bunch. Dude, this song is from Item Shop Tale, and I don't even know why, but I really enjoyed that game and like the gameplay. I don't know why. I mean, capitalism ho, but like I don't normally like games like that, but it was actually fun min-maxing like all the shop stuff and then like where you could get extra value from the dungeons, and it was ripping people off in town, man. It's who knew being a cute anime girl ripping people off through fucked up business practices would be make a really fun video game, but it does for some reason. So, oh my god, I just remembered. So, I played that game, I mean, so long ago. It was when I had just started working for that parking company. And at that time, all I did was, like, watch the gate. And for some reason, they paid pretty good money to do that. I don't really understand why, but, and so back then, I was not very busy, I did not have a lot of responsibilities, and we could just, you know, bring a laptop to work, book, whatever. And I remember I brought a laptop, to work, and I could play games on it, and I remember playing Item Shop Tale, like just watching the gate. And at that time, I was at a location that was like not very busy, and it was so easy. So I would just sit there getting paid to play Item Shop Tale or whatever video game I wanted, really. And I remember doing that, and it was a good time. But then later on, I ended up having more responsibilities there, and although I could still bring a laptop to work if I wanted to, I had way more responsibilities, and I wouldn't have a lot of time to really do that anymore, but that was a good time in my life. That was pretty awesome. Dude, that I'm telling you, that was such a good job. First off, that job doesn't even exist anymore because parking garages are all automated. But dude, for a few years when it was like that, when it was like easier, you know, I got paid above minimum wage. I just left alone, could read books, play video games, watch stuff on my lap, whatever. Just it was now it's kind of location dependent. If I was in a busier location, that'd have been kind of difficult to do. And even later on, when I had more responsibilities and things were busier and I had to do more, there was still downtime. And a lot of times what would happen is you'd have like the busy part of the day where I'd have to do like work and blah 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 blah, and then I do like a lot of paperwork for them later on. But you couldn't do your paperwork until like all of it was ready, and so I'd have a period of time where like we weren't really busy anymore. I didn't, you know, all my like stuff I'd have to do around the garage I had done, and I didn't have to do my paperwork for a while, so then I could still kind of chill and just do whatever for a bit. It would kind of just depend on the day. But yeah, working there was a good time. You know, I could get paid to, you know, do whatever. And even later on, as I'd worked for that company and had more responsibilities, I had worked there for so long that nothing surprised me. Nothing could happen in that job that would surprise me. I knew how to do everything backwards. I could do the paperwork. No matter what would go wrong, I could do the paperwork forwards and backwards. And it was actually nice because I'd worked there so long. Like they trusted me a lot, and you know they let me run like a whole area on my own, pretty much. Just, you know, you deal with it, it'll be fine. And so that was nice. I had a good time there, and you know, made some money and just yeah, easy stuff. I'll never understand why I made so much money. I will never understand why they paid me as much as they did. I mean, I guess later on there was more responsibilities, but still, it was very weird job, man. Weird job. But yeah, if I didn't transition into streaming and YouTube and everything, I would still be working for them in some capacity. Because yeah, it was kind of just easy money. But now I'm happier doing this though, just because I have like a lot of passion for it and whatnot. So the reason why I even had that job was because my friend Kai the Gamer, he had an uncle that worked for them. And so I knew about that work there, and it was hard to get a job there though. They had like, surprise, surprise, they had like no turnover. So I was trying to get a job there for a while, and because I knew someone that worked there though, when they finally had an opening, I just got in. And then this is where I won the lottery. The location that I was assigned to was the best location in like the entire city for what I wanted, at 1,000,000%. It was the absolute lottery, and that job lasted so long and everything. From what I understand, I don't work for them anymore, but from what I understand, that location now though, it used to, from when I was there, like if it started out, everything was manual, and that's when I would just like work the gate. But then a lot of it became automated, but then we did a lot of paperwork for them and stuff like that. But what I understand now is the company that worked there, because it was actually a bank, and then they would basically hire us to run the garage for them. And that's why there was a lot of paperwork. But from what I understand is the bank shut down because of COVID. That location is dead. And so that location is now 100% automated. And so and they've actually offered me a job since then. They've actually called me several times to try to get me to work for them again. But I'd work somewhere else, right? I wouldn't work at that location anymore. And God knows what I'd be doing over there. But it took COVID to kill that location, right? Like I've been working there for over 10 years. And a lot of the other locations had all become fully automated, and you know, most of their paperwork they would just do at an office, and fuck that, I don't want to work in an office. So yeah, I really won the lottery on that. And then right as I would have finally had to, you know, done something else for them, my stream, you know, and YouTube, you know, was enough to sustain me and then some. So yeah, I really kind of lucked out in a lot of ways there. I'm not if that location had ever died and my job would have been really different, I might have just switched jobs because I have the experience and everything. I could get a different job, and I was kind of getting bored of it. Although I did like the, you know, how laid back it was and everything. But if I would have done something different and it wouldn't have been as laid back, I might have just switched jobs. I have no idea though. I'd been working there for so long. It was pretty cozy. But sometimes you just feel like it's time to move on, right? But that was one reason why I was kind of happy to switch over to YouTube and Twitch full time. But yeah, it was a damn good job, and all my friends were like, Jesus, they're like, I can't believe you get, you know, paid pretty well and you do this nonsense. And yeah, it was a very lucky thing. And even, our whole company was like, you know, this is a pretty good setup. Like, 'cause everyone that worked there was, you know, like, yeah, this is like, even my you know, the company owners and stuff were like, yeah, this is this is easy stuff, man. If I ever cannot sustain myself though through YouTube and Twitch, I haven't decided what I'd want to do. I've got really weird job experience throughout my life, and so I don't know what I would gun for. I'm a very lucky person in that I can kind of do literally whatever I want instead of what I need, right? Because my father gave me a lot of good advice when I was growing up, and I saved every penny when I was a youngin', and I saved every penny when I was like a teenager, and you know, I had a job but I didn't have bills yet, and I saved every penny. My father really helped me invest and use my money wisely, and then so when I was very young, I was able to buy a house and pay it off. You know, sure, it's not the biggest house ever, but it's just a nice house, right? And it's completely paid off because I bought it outright. And so like, I don't, you know, if I find a job that I like or is interesting, but maybe it doesn't have good hours, it's fine, right? I don't need super, you know, money. So I can do jobs that, because I sniped that job. I knew of that job because of, like, you know, my friend Kai the Gamer, right? And so I knew that job existed, and I could wait a long time to get it, right? And things like that. So if I ever needed to get any job I wanted, I could kind of do whatever I had like passion for, or that was just didn't take up my time, you know, if I wanted free time or whatever. So I'm very lucky like that. And but you know, hopefully I can just do the YouTube Twitch things. I love it to death, and hopefully that always works out. If FGO ever dies, right, that would obviously, you know, hit me in the pocket. But honestly, I'm so like totally fine that I'd probably be okay still. And then I'd obviously look for other things to grow the channel and kind of get back to where I was. It might take years, but if I ever found something that clicked, I'd probably just do that again and stick with it. So I'm very lucky. I'm a super fortunate guy, and I have no complaints, right, when it comes to that kind of stuff. You know, life went very well for it. Did I just use her first skill? If I did, I don't know why. What am I doing here? We don't have a boss, Hassan. I guess I do that. What even is that? I've heard that before, DJin, but I don't even know what it is. Is it like some joke? Gotcha, I don't even... But yeah, I tell you, parents giving you good advice when you're young can really set you up for life. Because, like, my father just sat me down and was like, look, because I was young and, you don't have a lot of experience, but he was like, he kind of keep me in the loop on what, how bills work and, what he was dealing with financially and everything. And he was like, look, son, you have this period in your life that you're never going to have again. You are going to be able to make a lot of money. Because before I even had my first normal job when I was like 16, because my dad got me at my first job at 16 immediately. He got me that job at the pizza place. But before that, I was like cutting grass and doing stuff like that, and I was saving that money. And that added up, actually. I mean, cutting grass and stuff, you can make a pretty penny. I just realized our music's been looping for a while. Anyway, so he was like, look, you have this unique time in your life where you don't have bills, and they're coming though. It's going to happen. But you can make a lot of money, with grass cutting and then getting a regular, just normal job. And if you save it all, you can have a huge amount of money by the time you're older and you have to be out there on your own. And my father was a pretty cautious guy, and he tried to. It's like he was aware of mortality, right? And my father died rather young, unfortunately, and he didn't know that was coming, but he tried to prepare me pretty quickly. And thank goodness, because I lived with my dad, and he like I said, he died quite young, and at the time I wasn't even 18, right? I was 17 when he passed, and before he passed, he was in such bad shape. He couldn't help me anymore, right? He was in the hospital all the time, and finances and everything are still a thing when you're dying, unfortunately. So I was out on my own, before that, and but I was fine. I mean, because he had, helped me a lot. He had, really set me up, and I'd been saving up for so long, and it set me up for life. I mean, it set me up completely for life, because I'd been saving up, before I was 16, and then, my God, dude, when I was at that pizza place, Jesus Christ, I saved every penny. I saved every penny. Every once in a while, I'd buy a video game. That's it. Like, that's all I would do. Back then, my father bought the food and everything, because I was his kid, I was 18, he bought the food and everything. And, by the time I was on my own, I had a lot of fucking money. And, that has just set me up for life. Like, that has completely set me up for life. And, it's like a trickle effect, right? Because of that, I can keep saving money. And I wish more parents taught their kids about finances, man, because it's a pretty golden opportunity you have when you're a teenager, when you can work and not have any bills. And then you can invest that money into things that can either save you money in the future or make you money in the future. It's big. It's big. I also learned from my eldest brother. That's not the one I talked about. The brother I talked about is the middle brother. And my eldest brother made a lot of really bad decisions when he was younger, and was terrible with his money. And I remember vividly watching him, because he's a fair bit older than me, like maybe 6-7 years or something. So obviously, he was in those era of, I got to see him be a young teenager and getting early jobs and everything, and him use his money pretty unwisely and buy, stereos and, stupid shit, and he had like no savings and everything. And I saw that catch up with him pretty quick. And yeah, my dad was like, yeah, don't be that guy, don't do that. And I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. Being the youngest in that case was quite handy, actually. But it's tough, man, because most young people, it's impossible to have that kind of experience. You've never had bills, you've never, you know, you've never been out there, you've never, when you're 14, right? Like when you're kind of in your that's your pre-job state, you know, 14, 15, you have no idea, you know, what having a job is like, you know, what kind of money you're going to be earning, what kind of, you know, money you're going to need to keep yourself afloat. You don't understand these concepts when you're, you know, well, I guess some people do, but most people when you're 13, 14, they don't understand this stuff, and it's hard for parents to, you know, teach them those things. But my father did, like when I was 15, because that's when I kind of got to know my dad, and I don't know, I'm just lucky. I'm so lucky that it stuck, and, you know, I listened to him and all that, because my God, I've had such a cushy life because of it, really. And, you know, my family didn't come from money at all. Actually, my family was poor as dirt. And they actually fell on a lot of, like, unfortunate luck throughout their life, so... I keep wanting to NP with Medea, because these guys are kind of chunky, but where's the boss? There's 8 of these left. She can NP again at... Fuck it, I'm just gonna NP. She's got double overcharge, and then she can use her art card. Like, fuck it. Let me quick up here. So, I had pretty bad... this is another thing, I was kind of lucky in this way, although it's unlucky in some ways, but this actually financially worked out well for me. I was not on good terms with most of my family. I did not get along with my brother, and there was a lot of issues in my family. It was kind of just me and my dad when I was 15. So none of my money would get siphoned off by like the other financial woes the rest of the family was having. So yeah, I didn't have to like pay for my brother's education or anything. The kind of opposite happened though. My family only had enough money to educate one kid, and that was the eldest, and then he wasted it and actually didn't finish college, so well done on that one. But all their like money for that went into the eldest son, and he was like the only one that could go to college. So, you know, I was not handed anything on the education front, and also my mom didn't educate me at all, because she didn't send me to public school, and she didn't homeschool me, so I had no schooling at all. I had to teach my fucking self, so that was a fun time. So yeah, but yeah, because I had I was not really close with most of my family, I never had any of my money really get, my extended family is even worse. I mean, the situation with my extended family is even worse. Many of them are not even on like speaking terms, so I have very few family connections. Most of my close connections are like my brother, my middle brother, and then like friends like, you know, Kai, the gamer, and everything like that. You know, I'm very close with his family actually, but I'm not close with my extended family in the slightest. One half of my extended family is like religious zealots that are nuts, and they think I'm of the devil for the most part, and that kind of thing. And then the other one, I don't even want to get into it. It's not like hurtful, or it's just. It's such a convoluted, complicated mess. So much bullshit happened when my father died with that side of the family. I don't even want to get into it. It's not like too hard to talk about. It's just dumb and complicated. So it's, yeah, both sides of the family not great. I don't give a shit though, because I feel like family connections when you're related to someone, you have a unique opportunity to be close with them like almost no one else, because you can grow up together and know each other very well. And so family can be very special, but a lot of times family is like, it's like, oh man, you gotta be nice to each other because you just arbitrarily happen to be born into the same family unit. You might hate each other. You might have nothing in common. You have completely different values and completely different views on life. And at which point, there really isn't a lot of reason for you to be close, right? It's like, it's pretty arbitrary. So I care about being close to people that I actually care about, right? If I have, you know, lived experience with them, or I think they're trustworthy, or just whatever it is, right? Then I care about it, right? But I don't care that I don't have close relations with my family, because they're not people that I really care about. We don't have similar interests. I don't like a lot of them. So it's like, fuck it. Literally no sweat off my back. And if anything, it's less complicated. I don't have to worry about it, right? I worry about me, Tusk, you know, my friends, and you know, my one brother that I care about. And so I have a sister that I do care about, but we're not close really. But we have no problem, you know, we're totally, if we call each other like, hey, yo, what's up? You know, it's all fine, right? There's no bad blood there or anything. But we're not like really close or anything. So yeah, it's really easy for me. I don't have to worry about that kind of nonsense. That's a common problem, Jojo, and I know some people in similar situations. You know, I'm not a medical expert, so I can't give you like proper advice. But you know, I'd say the first thing is you don't want to feel like ashamed about yourself just because you have problems. It's like a double dip issue for a lot of people. A lot of people have struggle with life, and because of that, they see themselves as failures, and that makes them feel even worse, right? But yeah, I mean, it's a common issue I think for young adults these days. And you know, the best I can say is try to do your best and, you know, try to, you know, improve and that kind of thing. But yeah, I know it's tough, and you know, I wish you the best of luck, you know, but I'm not, I know I'm just some jackass on the internet, so it's not like I've got the right advice, right? And all I can do is, you know, talk about my experience and, you know, my viewpoint on things and what I think is best, but you know, it's not necessarily going to, you know, help a lot of people. So one thing you might want to try though, just because I do know some people in similar situations, is, you know, there's a lot of online jobs you can do, and some of them are, you know, fairly low maintenance. Because even if you get like a really simple online job that has pretty low hours and stuff, you know, making some money is good, and you know, maybe you can help your folks out or save up, you know, whatever you need to do, you know. And you know, what I always say is, you know, if you're really struggling, don't feel like you gotta find, you know, fix it right now. It can be a long-term thing, but try to, you know, don't be afraid to look for things that could potentially improve your situation, right? Maybe, yeah, if you start looking for like an online job like that, you're probably not going to find a perfect fit for a while. It might take a long time, but you know, keep an eye out. You know, why not? Just keep an eye out, right? No harm in trying. But yeah, it's tough, man. And I know a lot of. I think that's one of the mental issue. You know, mental instability, I think, is one of the biggest issues in the modern world these days. I think a lot plays into that. Just you know, our social structure, and, you know, social media, and just the way jobs have changed, and, you know, it's and just how our society, I don't think, deals with mental problems particularly well. How is there not a fucking boss mob yet? There's only 5 enemies left. It's after I do this NP, there's definitely going to be one. Now, I will say this because I know people that have, you know, had social issues and mental issues. It's not like, oh, just work from home, forehead, right? It's harder than that. You still have to network to a degree, and, you know, it can still be tough. And, you know, because if you haven't had a job, I'll say this, if this puts anyone at ease, your first job is going to be scary as fuck almost no matter, you can be the normalest person on the planet, and your first job is probably going to be scary as fuck. And you're not going to know what to do. You're going to feel like you're messing up constantly. You're going to feel like you're going to get fired every 5 seconds. That's pretty much everybody, right? So you don't have to be down on yourself if you feel that way. I remember my first job, you know, I was really worried and everything, even though I ended up, you know, in the long run it worked out, it was fine. But yeah, your first job's going to be awkward as fuck. No, I think that's just, everybody's going to have to deal with that, right? And it's obviously harder to deal with that if you got, you know, social issues and stuff. But yeah, don't be down on yourself just because you feel that way. Wait, there's no more bosses? What? Oh no, it's Curse Arm again. He came back, excuse me. There's 2 of them apparently. I wonder if he retreated earlier instead of fading away. That would have been like a hint that was going to happen. Let's see. Let's go big normal card damage here. I'm just gonna yeet these right now. I don't know why this stream has been so long, but it is what it is. Why did I even do the quick up? That's something I've thought about a lot, though. I know a lot of people that watch me, you know, are... not like everybody, but, you know, there's plenty of people that watch me because they've DM'd me and stuff, and it's just a lot of people on Twitch, you know, they've got social issues or, you know, growing pain issues and stuff, and... You know, I want to do what I can. You know, I'm just some, you know, jackass on the internet, though, so it's not like I can do a lot, but, you know, I really want to be a good influence on people if I can. That's something I've really thought about. It's like, you know, again, just a jackass on the internet, but it's like, if I can be even the slightest positive influence, I should, right? I want to try anyway, but it's hard to do that because, you know, there's only so much one can do, and, you know, I'm not exactly Einstein here. But yeah, I just try to give people a good, fun time and pass on whatever, you know, life experience I got. And that's kind of is. Dude, there's this guy. I've only watched him occasionally, and I don't even know his fucking channel name. He's on YouTube, but he streams sometimes. And he's a really older guy. Like I think he's like in his 70s or something. You know, he's got big white beard and all that. But and he plays video games, and he just talks about like life experience stuff. And it's so fascinating to listen to that guy. I feel terrible that I don't remember his fucking name. You can tell I'm really bad at names, by the way. But you know, that guy's lived, right? And you know, he's from an era where, you know, times were different, and you know, he's been around the world, right? And, you know, he's been around the block, and you know, it's just really fascinating to see, because most of the people that watch him are quite young. Most people that watch YouTube streams and Twitch streams and all that, you know, they're, you know, teenagers or in their young 20s, you know, and that kind of stuff. And it's really fascinating to just to listen to that guy's you know, view on things and how he approaches stuff. Listening to your elders, man, it's like a cheat code. And you know, you don't, some you know, there's plenty of old people out there that are dumb as bricks, so it's not like you gotta take their word as gospel, but it's a good idea to listen to, you know, the experience of other people, even if you disagree with them. The more like you know, experience you can listen from can be very helpful in life. That's why history's a cheat code, man. History's OP. And this is why having good history teachers that make it interesting and excite people and get people into it is really good. Because history allows you to see what people have done in the past and what worked and didn't work and what their context was and how that context might be different from like your context. And you know, like, it's OP. History is so good, dude. Like, it can teach, like, you see societies do things and fail or succeed, and so you think societies now would like look at that and take note, but we don't because we're fucking idiots. It's like it is a famous as fuck saying that, you know, those that don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. That is such a thing. You know, almost all generals, you know, like really prominent generals throughout history have always studied history and will always tell civilians and stuff that history is super important. Because there's a lot of, when you're in like, you know, battles and stuff, a lot of times those scenarios have happened before. And so you can look at what worked and what didn't work and what you got to do, right? Like, it's OP. And so a lot of times when societies are at crossroads at like how to deal with certain problems, you can just look at history and find a lot of similar situations and get a lot of useful information from it. But we don't do that. We don't do that. That requires people to read, and you know, we can't have that. But yeah, I really wish I could do more, but again, I'm just not qualified for it, because I've had some close friends that have, you know, really had some social issues and stuff, and you know, it's tough, and I didn't, you know, I've got my own issues and stuff in life, but I've always been pretty, I don't know, outgoing and somewhat charismatic, I guess. So I normally, you know, there are times, you know, I'm super nervous and all that, sure, but you know, throughout my life, like I was getting my first job and stuff, I was able to, you know, I was able to do all right. So you know, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. All I can, you know, say is I've seen, you know, what I've seen, you know, my friends and stuff deal with, and what they've tried to do and whatnot. That's all I know, really, because again, not a psychiatrist here, so. Dude, I love reading to death. The thing is that you got to find stuff to read that's interesting, right? You know, it's hard for me to sometimes get into a book or whatever, but if I do get into something, reading is like one of my favorite things to do. It is so much fun. And this is a known thing, that the human brain gets immersed into reading like nothing else, right? Like, if you do get into something, what your brain does when reading is just like more immersive than anything else you can do. It's way more immersive than like watching a movie, or even if the movie's amazing, right, and things like that. It's just your brain interacts with it in a way like nothing else. And so yeah, if you can find a book that you actually get into, it's awesome. But it can be really fucking hard to find, you know, whatever interests you. So, as free to play, getting AoE DPS and single target DPS for 5-star, do you need more than one copy? Kind of depends on the unit. And so for AoE, so let me put it this way, for like raw AoE NP damage, sometimes you want at least 2 copies. 5-stars have higher stat lines, so they don't need NP5. They absolutely don't. You know, if you have like Mordred at NP2, she's going to perform really well. Right? It's no problem. And if she's at NP1, it's a little, you know, right? But some units, that's not as big of a deal. Some units just have so much self-damage up or whatever that they can perform really well without, but that's kind of rare. And then for single target, some units are like Canis, where they're really normal card oriented. Orion is totally fine at NP1, Super Orion that is. So it's kind of a case-by-case basis. but I would say for AoE the most, NP2 is really good. However, a lot of times you can cover your bases for strong AoE, strong single target without needing a 5-star. Right? Welfares, the 3 stars. You know, Ushi is a great single target rider. Does super good. So is Kentoki. Ku's a really good single target Lancer. You know, all kinds of stuff like that. You got Spartacus, Arash. A lot of those bases can be covered. Now, when you're wanting to go that disgusting value for challenge quests, really only the absolute pinnacle 3 stars can do really good. But you got 4 stars too. You know, there's a lot of really good 4 stars. Holy shit, there's a lot of really good 4 stars that can completely cover your single target or AoE needs for that class. So yeah, I wish I could say better there, but it's a case-by-case thing. Depends on the unit. And if they're more like Mordred though, and they're pure NP and that kind of thing, they generally are going to want to be NP2. But that's generally enough. I've got NP2 Mordred on a few accounts, and I never feel like it's not good enough. And same for a lot of units that are similar to her. God, fucking Fionn. I know I got him so many times on the Herc account. This is where I need to find a way to do account reviews, because I know some people are generally newer to the game, or kind of, you know, they kind of just started getting into taking it more seriously, because my channel kind of attracts that. I need to find a format that people can follow, like have a Google Doc or a notepad or whatever that tells people, okay, if you want me to do like an account review, you know, give me these screenshots, you know, use the skill rank menu so I can see, you know, what their skill ranks are, and you know, how it organizes the servants when you do it that way. And so I can see what servants you got, what they are, and so because it'd be fun to just kind of break down, you know, what I think is useful, right? Yeah, an Imager album, right? Definitely something like that. You just need a guide to tell them how the screenshots need to be formatted, right? And that way, and they can tell you kind of what servants they like and don't like and whatnot. And I think that'd be a pretty fun thing to do every once in a while. I just need a format that people can follow, right? And I will say, if anyone wants to, you can always do it now. If you want to send me an Imager album on Discord, and if I think it's a good format that I can just scroll through the pictures, I can do you know, an account review on stream if people want me to. Maybe that's just a better way to do it. Just start doing it and then kind of work on the format as we go. I will say this: I mostly want to do account reviews though for people that actually need the help. Right? It's not for, you know, a lot of people just want to show off. If someone's newer to the game and they actually want to know what they should focus on and maybe what they need and don't need, I'd be really interested in doing that because it's fun. And if I can help, sure, why not? And, you know, people seem to enjoy that kind of thing. So if you mean Archer Arjuna, I would say if you really want Archer Arjuna to shine as like your go-to AoE Archer, then yeah, MP2 is going to be swell. Now, he can do pretty well in MP1 because he does have a lot of damage up. And he can double NP kind of easily, and that kind of thing. But yeah, if I was going to try to make Arjuna my absolute go-to AoE Archer, I would go for NP2. And I wouldn't really feel pressured, though, to go beyond that. NP2 would be more than enough. If he's your favorite unit ever, then fuck it, maybe we'll go for higher, but... I don't mind, like, the show-off accounts every once in a while. That's kind of a fun thing to do. And also, you can kind of just see what they like. And then also, you might have, like, that... I might have that regular in my chat that's been here for years, and they try to flex on me and show off their account, and then I notice their David's second skill's not 10, and then I roast them, right? That's gonna happen. I know some of you don't have David's second skill at 10. You know who you are. You're in chat. You know, a lot of you do, but some of you fucks don't. I know it. You're like, I don't put the mats though. It's like, I know David's good, but it's, I don't want to use the mats on that. I want to level this waifu skills, right? You're out there. Yeah, there is some of you right now. I see that. He's on to us. I always, dude, you all seen it. I know I've played so many of my accounts, you know, from rags to and beyond, right from the start. I always prioritize this shit out of David's second skill, man. It's so helpful. 6, 10, 9. Yeah, that's a pretty respectable David right there. Thank you for calling me out, Green. Yeah, there you go. David's pretty cool though. Let's be real. If David's a fun character, man. I like his like interactions with Solomon and everything. They don't give you enough, but he really is an interesting character. Oh my god, so much chat right now. All right, let's see. We probably can do one more. I kind of went way overboard here. Too much talking. So little action. This stream has no fucking action, man. No teeth. I kind of want to do Herc for somebody. Dude, Oh my god. After I made the video, I used Ku against Herc with the damage CE, and not my level 80 Ku. No. I used my level 100, 2K, all that stuff. So, holy shit. Back in the day, when the challenge quest first came out, right, and Ku didn't have any of his buffs, we didn't have 2K foe, none of that nonsense. If Ku was level 100, and he had the damage CE, and you did NP quick, you probably would not get a double kill. Unless you like double crit or some shit. It just wasn't gonna happen. And if you did NP Buster, you could take 2 lives, but it wasn't super, it was like iffy. It was totally random based on like you crit, don't crit, low, high roll. I even have a video evidence on my old Ku video, someone was saying, why aren't you doing NP Buster? And I linked him a video of me doing NP Buster and it doesn't double kill all the time. And then at that point, you're better off making the stars to crit to get more NP gain and so on and so forth, right? Now, because Ku is so much stronger now, you don't need to do no NP Buster to get a double kill. No. You just do NP quick and Ku gets a double kill. Which means you get best of everything. You get the double kill, you made stars and some NP gain, and now you have a high crit chance to get more NP gain and do it again. It is so easy on Ku, because oh my god, it was so hard to do that with Ku without the damage CE. I had to min-max everything. Command codes, Mystic Code, what I was doing per turn, what I do because if you look, I was doing so many things I'm actually really happy with that video. I was doing a lot of NP Buster because I was fishing for crits. If I got lucky and NP Buster happened to crit and I killed Herc an extra time, I would win a turn sooner, and that gave me an out, right? But I don't think it ever happened in the video. I think every time I tried to do NP Buster, it happened to fail. But there was multiple outs. The other outs was Herc being an idiot and buffing at bad times. That happened a little bit, but not really. But then the other out is like healing yourself with the command codes and then Herc not quite breaking your guts in time and getting an extra turn that way. So one of those, if any of those things happen, you'll win, right? So that's why I was happy with the video, because I had multiple outs there. But yeah, you can see me fishing for like the NP Buster in the video, because Ku's so much stronger now. Now without the damage CE, he has a chance to kill with NP Buster. It's ridiculous. But yeah, holy shit, with the damage CE now, you can NP quick, double kill, make stars, go for NP gain, and those crits, and because again, Ku's stronger, when you do art quick, you'll take a life. That's the thing, you do NP quick with Ku now, take 2 lives, next turn do art quick, and that'll get you NP, and you fucking take a life again. It's so easy, it's like so casual now with Ku with the damage CE. It's crazy, where before Ku with the damage CE, you at least had to work, right? Ku had to work, you had to actually think about it. You kind of just autopilot it. It was possible for Ku to actually lose against Herc, where now it's insanity. Okay, what do we want, chat? Who do we want against Herc? If they're weaker, I'll use the damage CE. If they're not, they won't. So we have my units and whatever chat's got here. What do you guys want? I could show off Berghest against him, but she actually doesn't do well. She does really well against a lot of the other challenge quests. She's a solo monster, but she doesn't do good against Herc. It's tough. 100 face. I like that one. I'm actually curious how she does without the damage CE, to be honest. But Koro can probably do it, but yikes. Well, people wanting to see. Are they here? Are you in chat? I have no idea how to say your fucking name, but that's such a big one. If you're here, could you set her up with the damage CE? I'd actually be happy to try that. I've never tried her, and she's on an A, so you know, that's the thing. Oh, is that you, Cookie Killer? Shit. Yeah, if you could set that up, we'll use that. I think that's super applicable because she just came out on JP. Do you like Sith? I like her more now that I know she's not actually Gender Bent Tristan. She's, you know, something completely different. But I don't know. She's kind of just. I'm not. You probably noticed this. I like crazy servants, but I'm not crazy about crazy servants that are like that, right? I'm not like, I don't know. You know, if she was more battle crazed, I'll be all right. But you know, she's just kind of whack. I don't hate her. She's okay. At first, I didn't like her, but once we actually learned what those characters were actually about, I don't mind her. I mean, she's okay. She's kind of neutral. I would say she's kind of neutral for me. I don't know though. As we, you know, maybe she gets an interlude and everything. Maybe I'll like her more. I mean, like Zoggy and Tales of Vesperia is crazy, and like I can dig that, but I know she's kind of obsessed with killing and high heels, right? That's her shtick, and it's kind of weird. And it's not just killing; it's like, you know, she's like just psycho, you know, nonsense. It's like I don't like Kiyohime, right? Same thing. Well, no, it's not the same thing. She's a creepy stalker. It's definitely different. Her kid is good though. Yeah, her kid's fine. She's not like the strongest archer ever, but she's good. She's solid, and she's interesting, like compared to regular Tristan. You know, she's not power creeping him at all. If anything, I prefer regular Tristan, but her kid is good though. Yeah, it's fine. And there are certain scenarios where it can really excel, but she's nothing exceptional when it comes to her kit. She's just solid. You know, she's solid, good 4-star. That's fine. She's not meta defining, but she doesn't need to be. You don't need to be meta defining to make, you know, be usable and, you know, make some waves, right? Yeah, she's kind of just a nut job, like something that some screws are loose there. I haven't read though a lot of her like voice lines and stuff. I've just read her bits in Lost Belt 6. And normally, I will say, when they're villains, you know, they're normally a bit worse when they're villains. So when she's actually, you know, on the player side, you know, she might be a bit different and stuff. So I don't know, we'll just see. The jury's still kind of out for her, right? You know, I don't hate her by any means. She's not like on my shit list, but I haven't been super hyping or anything. But we'll just see. We'll give it time. Burgist is cool. I just don't. You know, her design's a little especially her stage 3. Really don't like her stage 3, but her stage 1 is okay. But she's a little over the top for me. But her personality and her gameplay's great. Oh my god, her gameplay's awesome. Just so much fun. And her personality's okay. I don't have a problem with it. If you don't have the MLB CE, we'll totally try with non-MLB. If anything, that's more impressive if that one works. Do you not have the CE at all, though? Because that'll be a problem. Because yeah, I really do want to test her though. I think that's gonna be great. It's impossible to have Burgist at 10 to 10 right now. We're getting there though. You can have one of her skills at 10 right now. Kojiro actually versus Herc is kind of interesting now because he was really close to being able to do it before. Now he's been buffed. However, unfortunately, I don't think Kojiro's buffs will help too much because what was really getting him was his survivability, not his damage. He's got the damage. Now, his damage is better, so he might be able to double kill even easier than he could before, and that's good, but I kind of feel like Kojiro still can't do it just because of his lack of survivability. The only way I think he might be able to do it where he couldn't before is if he's got so much more damage now that he doesn't even need the event CE and he could just use the survivability one, but I doubt that's the case. So you don't have the event CE at all, so you gotta roll for it? Well, good luck. Feels bad. I guess you're not playing JP much because you're 135, so I'm assuming that's an ult account. I can't believe Burgist has been out for like a month and you can't 10-10 turn her. Meanwhile, in Genshin Impact, you can get every mat you need for the units before they're added to the game. It's like, god damn it. Like, you can tell what Genshin does. Like, okay, nothing's happening yet, but everyone knows this unit's coming up, so we'll put out some content where you can get the mats for that new unit, and that'll hold people over. And then when the new unit comes out, they don't have to do the farming. They can go do the fun stuff, right? It's like, shit, man. Like, when the new unit comes out, you don't like, oh, well, I gotta farm now instead of doing the new bosses. It's like, no, you can do the bosses because you already did the farming when you had nothing else to do. Imagine that. Like, just look at this. F-Go. We have to wait a month for the story. They gave us a little bit of story. Now we have to wait a month for the rest of it. Imagine if during this time we could be farming the mats for the new characters. But no, of course not. I agree. I think F-Go could learn a fuckload from Genshin Impact. Unfortunately, they are petrified of change, and they don't ever change anything ever. So yeah, they haven't learned shit. They haven't learned shit in 6 years, man. They're just so, it's a combination, I think, of being afraid of change and being lazy as fuck. Oh my god. I think what DW wants is they want to have another game that's not connected to Aniplex and Type Moon, that it's going to be as successful as F-Go. They seem to be fishing for that. That's why they put all the... Dude, the people that work for DW were saying they were just putting all of their eggs in that whatever, the Sakura Wars game, which, you know, failed miserably. But they're like... The fact that they took people off F-Go, their golden goose, and were like desperately trying to make that game a success, it's like they're trying to get another game as successful as F-Go where they don't have to split the money with as many companies, right? But they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot because they're literally wasting money. They're throwing it in the tubes. Yeah, that Sakura Wars game died immediately. But that game shows that they don't know what they're doing. Dude, seriously, that game shows... Oh boy, that's a Kojiro. That game shows that they have no idea what they're doing because they didn't sit there and make Sakura Wars and copy Genshin Impact and Grand Blue Fantasy and all these other games that are trying to refine the formula. They copied FGO. They copied FGO. Like that shows that they don't realize that FGO is successful because of the IP, not the business practice. They thought that business practice was winning it for them because that's the game that they copied. They literally completely copy pasted FGO. Everything about FGO is a complete copy of FGO, but it's not Fate. Like, of course that's shit. Like, and it died immediately. Like, are you kidding me? Right? Like, are you fucking kidding me? So, Cookie, can you not get the CE? Because if you can't, we'll try Kojiro. Why not? We'll try Kojiro. If you got it, we'll try her. But if not, we'll go with this Kojiro. I have a copy now. Okay, while you set that up, we'll do Kojiro, then we'll do her, and then we'll wrap up. So it'll be like tomorrow by the time I'm done. But what do you want from me? Let's see if I can actually play the damn game though, and not procrastinate here. I have no idea what's meta for Kojiro in this context. Okay, hold on. I gotta make a team here. I think Cairo. I hope Cairo's still streaming. I've been streaming so long, but he probably isn't. He was gonna stream his. He's gonna moving on from Hercules and try to solo Scath and Ku with Baldy, and actually talk about the process, right? So I really wanted to see that. But I streamed for 30 hours, and he's probably not streaming anymore. If anyone lost, if you have his stream up, tell him to keep streaming. Like just keep going. I want to watch. I have to watch the VOD. We'll see. I need a level 1 taunt, and then I need a Rosh. Thank God we have Qingong. I can use this though. I keep thinking I'm on NA because I'm like, oh, this is old content. I must be on NA. It's honestly weird. It's super weird, dude. Playing this super old content on my really new account or my main account, right? Like, it's just this doesn't happen. What is going on with my filter? I hate how long this takes to set up, dude. This is absurd. This is why I normally have presets for it. I don't know why my presets are messed up, though. Okay, I need fucking Kimlan. Oh my god. I need the level 11 one, because George. Okay, there we go. Almost done. I'm gonna say... I feel like almost default because I think he's gonna need the heal. Yep, I'll do it. So Kojiro's only chance to do this, he cannot survive this for a super long time. It just can't work. I'm gonna have to kill. I gotta get double kills like all the time. Alright, we need good NP gain. Good start. Oh, good start. I know, I like how they just stopped doing mana interludes immediately, even though they've had dead months everywhere. Everywhere! Like, holy crap. Like, FGO's been so slow lately. And it's like, why don't they at least do that? Like, holy crap, man. Okay, this is not a good hand. So the way I interacted with this trash was so different on Ku because he didn't have the damage CE. Oh my god. Oh my god. All of Kojiro's cards are in the third hand. We need to kill like right now. That way George doesn't die and then we get the third hand. Okay, that's good. Okay, now George needs to die this turn, so if they buff a lot, I have a bad time. This would never go like this when I was using Ku because it was like slower, so I could actually stall a bit more. Dude, Noelle's got the faux pas on Kojiro. Alright, we got our NP. I can make some stars here. So I think these command codes should be different. Well, it's hard to say. Like, depends on how our damage ratios work out. But I have a feeling we're gonna want Star Bomb there. I don't know. We'll see. I think K&K actually does have a real chance to get a main interlude, but at the pace that they're going, it'll be in 7 years. But, you know, it's a pretty story-based one and popular. Their management of this game is just so sad. I hate it, dude, because I like this game so much, and it could be so much more than it is, but their management is just super yikes. Okay, well, we can get rid of the art down on our own because Kojiro has been buffed. Feels good. Definitely cast this right away. I wish we had more stars. I actually think I should have used my third skill last turn. Okay, we're gonna save the attack buff when Herc can't have 200k health, which is after. I'm assuming this will... Let's see if we can double kill here. That'd be so impressive. Well, we got the damage CE. I'm thinking Q without the damage CE, so we might be able to do it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No, no! If either one of those had crit... Fuck me, dude. Oh my god. You gotta get that. I'm telling you, we're gonna be cutting it so close, there's no world he can win if that happens. That sucks. Because yeah, you're gonna have to double kill at every opportunity that he can double kill. That so sucks. I just wasted a whole turn because of that. So what we also then, the other criteria I think would be, is to not die in this next turn. We need Guts not to proc here. This is also just too slow. I probably should have done Art last turn. We need to get another NP really fast. I tell you, if you min-max the hell out of this, because we're missing value left and right here, you might be... Oh my god, our sure hit just wore off. When he just did the evade. I could absolutely double kill here. I don't think it's totally hopeless for him. I actually think he could triple kill here. You would attack up, you would hope for a buster crit, or and then NP, and then go for a quick crit and extra attack, and he might be able to triple kill. If he could double kill earlier, and if it is possible for him to triple kill there, and you could do it one turn sooner, which I think you can, he might be able to do this. Like, that's a lot of fucking lives. So, it'd be tough though. There's no way Kojiro would have a 100% win rate here. He just dies too fast. He's got the damage. He absolutely has the damage. But yeah, it's something you have to sit down and kind of work out. Do we still not have the damage CE? What are we doing here? Because even if it's not MLB, it's fine. We'll use like a regular one and see how it should do. Because it's really impressive if you can win without an MLB one, so. You might have changed the event or non-event one, right? This is why I don't have two lists, by the way. You probably changed it on the wrong list, though. That's normally the problem. Mozart? Mozart certainly can't solo it. I mean, you could use him on a team, and he could be involved in wrecking it, but there's no world where he's going to solo that. There are people that can, but he is not one of them. So, has anyone kept track of how many units have soloed Herc without the damage CE? Because I know there's a few. I'm just kind of curious how... I suspect it's a pretty small list. There are a few units out there, though, that I don't think it's a big deal for them. Because some units happen to have damage thresholds that they don't need the event CE anyway, right? Like, the way their kit unfolds, it just doesn't matter. And then, so using a different CE is actually better for them. So there are some units out there like that. And there are also just some units that just have so much value that it's not a big deal. I don't think Mev can solo it with or without the damage CE. She just doesn't have any... She'll just die. She can do it in a team, but there's just... I don't see her being able to solo it at all. Unless I have forgotten Mev having like an invulnerability skill or something, there's like no way. She'll just die too fast. And Kidu can do it, yeah, definitely. And Kidu actually does it pretty easy because Herc is Divine, and so he stuns him. And Kidu wrecks it. Now, I don't know if he could do it without a damage CE. I kind of feel like like he could though. I feel like if Enkidu was maxed out and, you know, big boy muscle Enkidu, because Herc has divinity, that's just such a big thing landing the stun that I suspect that he might be able to do it. I mean, Ku, the thing is, Ku and I've tested Ku and Enkidu against each other a lot, and they're if the boss does not have divinity, they're generally about tied. There are some fights that favor Ku a little bit just because Ku has so much survivability, but some fights favor Enkidu more because he's got so much damage and still has good survivability. But I found if the boss is divine, Enkidu is pretty much always better than Ku. But it's just when he's got the stun and now he's got survivability like Ku, and then the extra damage and star gen and everything, I think Enkidu is generally just better than Ku outside of incredibly specific circumstances. So because Ku did it without the damage CE and Herc is divine, I think Enkidu could do it. I haven't tested it, and my Enkidu is not super max, but he is level 90, 10, 10, 10, NP3. So I might try it and see what happens. Because Enkidu can double kill super easy. I think even without the damage CE. Because Ku really couldn't double kill unless you crit or you do double buster or you set it up. And a lot of times what you'd have to do on Ku to double kill would hurt you too much and it wasn't worth it. Where Enkidu could, I think, get some double kills easier while also just doing what he normally does. They would be hard though. The follow-up damage after your NP, you know, it's tough for some people, but he's got a normal card damage up there with his first skill, so I think he could get some double kills. Okay, decent opening hand. I think this is better than BB art for her. I think her buster is more than one hit. I think it's 2. She's so good in the hood, by the way. You know what's funny is a lot of times where Herc gets harder with the damage CE. I want to say he probably can do it with the damage CE though, just because of his buff, and it's easier for him to like get a lot of survivability on his default kit now, and also he just does so much fucking damage. He can get. I think Herc could get a triple kill if he could do a big buster. Like if you were able to set up the turn before, you do a big buster, NP buster extra, or even buster NP extra. I don't think the extra do 100k, but. Herc could have so many buster ups, right? That you could probably get some nonsense. He can definitely get a double kill. I don't know about a triple, but he could definitely get a double kill. Herc is actually quite good though when he's not Bond 10, just because of his buff. And there's a guy on YouTube that often makes videos of Herc doing pretty crazy shit without his Bond CE and before his buff, right? People underestimate how much you can do without it. Obviously, he's better with it, but normally. Sometimes his Bond CE is not good, though, because sometimes there's not that big of a survivability check, but there's a damage check. And then the Bond CE slows down your damage, so fuck it. You know, if you can live anyway, then why bring the CE? Might not be more Kojiro tries today, just because it's so late, but probably later, sure. Fuck it, like, why not? I like Kojiro, it'd be fun to mess about with. Okay, I still need George to die. Also, I still need my MP. We have it here, though. Yeah, a lot of people think he's bad unless Bond 10, but in a lot of scenarios, if you're not fighting some crazy shit, he normally just doesn't need it, and he performs really well. Yeah, Herc has just always impressed me. I mean, I've used him on INA, I've used him on my newbie account, right? I've used him all over the place, and he's just good. Like, he's fucking good, man. And he's exceptionally good for people that don't have, you know, Waiver Merlin, you know, blah, 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 blah. Because if you start playing the game right now, you're not going to have those. They're limited. You don't have them. Like, Jesus. I don't know why so many people don't get that through their skulls. Like, he's so good for newbies. And by the time you're not a newbie, you've got his Bond CE. And you got his buff. And then it's just insanity. I honestly cannot believe how good he is with that fucking buff they gave him. He helps with events. He helps with farming. Dude, I unironically have farmed with Herc on some of my accounts because a lot of my ult accounts and stuff, you know, they're newer and they don't play as much, so they don't have all the fancy bells and whistles. So you just Herc it. Like, it's like, I don't know, in some of the, in some, y'all seen this, some farming stages, you find all these weird fucking classes, and you're like, I don't want to line all that up, just use a Berserker, right? Like, fuck it, right? Especially on a newbie account. Like, on my main account, I have so many ways to strong arm it and 3-turn it anyway, who cares? But on newer accounts, that's not a thing. Okay, she wants to get rid of that art. By the way, Cairo was talking about this, and I remember saying this years ago, and Cairo was like, yep, absolutely. Because Cairo knows Baldi better than I do. Baldi is so screwed over in this fight until command codes, because the command codes didn't exist back in the day. Because of the art down. Atlas is not good on Baldi. Sometimes you have to bring it, but it is not good on him. And if you have that art down forever, that sucks for Baldi because his art card is super important. And the only ways for Baldi to bring the Mystic Code that he wants to bring and get rid of that art down is a command code to do it. So thank God we have command codes now. Alright, fire everything. So if we had an MLB CE, she would absolutely be able to double kill here, I suspect. Without one, maybe we still can, but I doubt it. We'd probably have to crit. But that's a big thing. Being able to double kill in this first turn when the first health bar is 242 is a big thing. Oh, if she had crit. Maybe 3 of a kind bonus will get us here, but... oh, look at that! That's impressive. Doing that without a crit is really nice. Why you gotta do that, Herc? You know, if you're, a sure hit, you're happy to see that. If you're not a... oh, god damn it, Herc. This is why when I did it with Achilles... oh, this guy did Pierce Vulnerability. We need 2, though. On Achilles, though, I did Pierce Vulnerability and the sure hit one, because that was, like, enough to get through. Sadly, I don't think this will be enough. We'll, maybe we get a Lucky Buster crit, but I don't think it'll work. We got crit up, though. Come on, 40%, 40%, 40%. God damn it. I think she would have killed there if we landed at 40%. But yeah, I specifically did that on Achilles because the evade, it would slow you down so much. What's the play here? I don't have the art up anymore. So I might actually... I think I do this. I just gotta get that second kill, even though it's gonna hurt my looping. If I had the MLB CE, I wouldn't have to do that. So again, you can see that's holding her back. Stuff like that happens. I think her animations are great. They're really good for a welfare. They don't normally put as much animation quality into welfares. And hers don't have the highest animation quality they've ever done, but they still found a way of making them look good. Even with, like, not putting as much effort into them. Oh my god, Herc. Dude, why couldn't he do this against, like... this is the dream run if you're someone that has sure hit, right? But if you don't, it's super bad. And I was really proud of Ku in the original video I made, because Ku didn't have sure hit back then, and we didn't have command codes for sure hit back then either. And Herc evaded twice, and he still won. I was super proud of that. Because yeah, for some units, it is such a problem if he does that. I think I have to do this, just for the survivability. Well, I do think she can do this. To do it with a regular CE, like the non-limit broken one, I think she'd have to get very lucky. With a limit broken one, you might need to get a little lucky, but not that much. I suspect she can do this with MLB, just because she can double kill a lot and she can NP a lot, and she does at least have an evade, and that's pretty much what you need to win. If you can double kill a decent amount, and then maybe even triple kill, but that's pretty hard to pull off unless there's really high normal card damage. But anyway, double kill, has evade skill. We got command codes to cover the difference, right? Because command codes can give you that extra oomph, for survivability in this fight. What are we at right now? We're down to 7, and we're getting terrible luck. We're not critting. He's evaded twice, for crying out loud. Like, the luck is not on our side here at all. She might, though, want healing command codes instead. Some of these damage things are fine, but and the Pierce Vulnerability is fine, I would say. But she might want to mix in just a little bit of healing. Because, like, right now, if we could have healed twice and have, like, 9,000 health, it'd be very unlikely for Guts to proc right now. Where now it's kind of iffy. It's like, maybe it will, maybe it won't. Okay, it didn't, so that was lucky. That was lucky. But you could kind of have that happen right there. like most runs with different command codes, and that would be a big boost to her win rate. Okay, I'm gonna invulnerability now and not let Guts go off, and it's because I want as much NP refund as possible, and because he's guaranteed to attack once because of his NP, high hit count, and then maybe attack again. Or if I had Guts go off, then he couldn't attack again, so I'm just trying to get as much NP as I can here. Oh, get those faux paws, very nice. Doesn't have the heal command code, Scuff JP ult, okay, or just JP account life. Understandable. I still think she could win though, just more luck. Just more luck would be needed. Because she's getting this far, and we're missing, like, if we, just clearly, if we had the MLBCE, some of these turns where we failed to kill, we would have killed. And, we'll see at the end. We'll see how many lives she has at the end. And hell, maybe we'll win, but I doubt it. Oh man, if you're just now getting your Zelos on an A, you better move it. You only got so much time left. I wouldn't say we got this. Oh my god, if we had looped there. Oh my god. If we had 100% right now, and that's why I did the invulnerability. I actually think she's gonna fail. She's gonna be super close. I think she's got this MLBCE though. I think she's got it like bread and butter, just, you know, normal gameplay. I think she's got it. Because a lot of these turns where things are going just a little wrong, we have just a couple extra kills, and that's all we're gonna need. She's gonna be off by 1 turn. She's gonna be off by exactly 1 turn, I'm pretty sure. I'll make stars and go for a YOLO crit to kind of make up for a life if we can get lucky here. Well, we did make a lot of stars for what she can make, right? That's like as good as it gets for her. Look at this! 1 turn! This is where if you can buy... This is what happened with Ku. I realized I needed to buy a turn anywhere throughout the run, because he would be on 1 turn off on his cooldown too. And he had Guts as well, so it was actually 2 more turns if you got it. So that's why I put in the heal, to help me have a chance to get 1 more extra turn. And if I didn't get that extra turn, I took actions that could make me get lucky and win a turn sooner, right? And that's what really turned it around for Ku and let me make that video, so I was super happy about that. So we have, our only chance here is a triple kill, and actually that wouldn't even work. We need a quad kill, which is impossible. So she could have done it though. She absolutely could have done this. It was possible for her without the MLBCE. Now I think it's completely impossible with her. Fuck. But I think it's completely impossible with her. If that was MLBCE, she would have broke right there, by the way. But I think it's impossible with her if she doesn't have the event CE at all. But that's not. I mean, the most people can't do that. Like fuck that. So yeah, I think she actually could do pretty well here. That's good. That's good shit. Because with quite a few things going wrong there, she was still very close. And in 1 turn, she could have gotten that evade back. So yeah, with MLBCE, maybe some command codes, twinks, yeah, she's totally got that. And MLBCE, I think she would have it pretty easy. That fight favors 3 things, and if you can do all 3 of these things, then it's just insane, but you can do very well in that fight with generally 1 of 3 things. Either very good survivability, or very good loopability, like insanely good loopability, or very high normal card damage, because then you can do like normal card, NP, normal card, that kind of thing. Those 3 things are super good, and if you have 2 of those things, then it's even better, or just 1 or all 3 of those things, then it's insane. But yeah, those things are all really rewarded. Okay, boys, I think we'll wrap up here. It's so late. I have so many things I want to do. I could just keep going. We didn't do anything today. I want to get more challenge quests done. I want to play the ult account, but we'll do that tomorrow. If Cairo is streaming, we will raid him. Let's see if he is. But thank you all for hanging out, listening to me blabber about bullshit for a few hours. There is no more Cairo. Feels bad, man. I'll have to check if he streamed because I want to see the Baldi stuff. What do we have? Who is playing FGO right now? We got Fino, we got Ludes. Let's see. Oh, there's a lot of people watching FGO right now. Poppin'. Anyone doing the challenge quest? That's a fun thing. Everyone's farming. Everyone's farming on JP and on NA. You guys are killing me. Okay, here's somebody doing a challenge quest. Sorry, I don't know who this is. I cannot, no quality vouching. You know, I have no idea. But they're streaming. They're doing a challenge quest. So we'll go get them. Who knows what you're gonna get? Anyways, I'm out of here. Thank you all for hanging out. I will try to stream tomorrow and mess about with more of these challenge quests later.